June 25th, 2024, and it is a glorious day in El Dorado County. A little warm, but really happy to welcome everyone here in the boardroom and those of you that are joining us online. And to start today's board meeting, I would like to invite John Tayaba of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians this morning to lead us in our blessing. It's just a privilege to have you here with us. Good morning.
Majixis miwa ya kuchihima unamas kamo awitukmo. Thank you guys. I really it's an honor to be here to do this. Today I'd like to bless you guys with the Eagle song. The Eagle song to me it's a representation of, the bald eagle was chosen for the national emblem of the United States. It represents the ideals of liberty and resilience, and it also brings us all together as a human. That right now, we all have our own ways and our own things, but that eagle brings us all together as one. So it's an honor to be able to do this. Mahatana panahaya shohilemana Mahatana panahaya shohilemana Yo ke mana shohilema panahaya Mahatana panahaya shohilemana Mahatana panahaya shohilemana Yo ke mana chohilema panahaya ho. So again, when we have that opportunity to see that eagle in it gives us that sense of that big sense of it makes us feel special when we have that opportunity. When we all know how we feel when we see an eagle out there. So again, I feel it's inappropriate. I mean, eagle, you have the eagle here, eagles there, eagle on your nurse's uniform. I mean, the eagle represents a lot for us, and it brings us all together as humans.
Thank you so much, Chief Tayaba. I appreciate you being with us today. Great way to start our morning. And with that, Supervisor Parlin, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah, everybody please stand and join me in the pledge. Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. Kim, I know you had something you wanted to read into the record.
Yes, I would ask that for the minutes from last week, item number 1, specifically within the minutes from June 18th, 2024, item number 26, it was the CDAC item. The item number 3 of the motion originally read, strike Article 4A application term vacancies from the resolution. After conferring with staff and reviewing the video, it should actually read item number 3, clarify language regarding staff application review and nomination process.
All right, thank you for that correction to the minutes. And our CAO, do you have any changes?
Staff are requesting that item 30 be continued to July 16th.
Item 30, excellent. I'll go to my far left. Supervisor Parlin, any comments or changes?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I just really want to, I've done it in emails, but I want to do it publicly. Really thank staff for pulling together to help with the food bank's fee waiver request. It kind of crept up into my world, and I reached out and everybody stepped right in, and so appreciate that. And I think there's still a couple more things we're working on with that, but again, just Tara especially, just her name was all over it. So thank you, Tara. Really appreciate that support for the food bank.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, and I want to thank you, Lori, for working on that. I really appreciate it because it was part of my idea, especially to get this emergency disaster resource center built. It's going to benefit our county, so it's a great thing. My concern, item 25, just a comment. I just think it would probably be better if it was volunteers. I think it would be better for us, especially with the food bank being able to support the upper room. And then item 33, my concerns with that. I'm going to vote no on that, but the reason why is because I have some issues with Fish and Game being able to take that over. But especially when they're talking about hunting and stuff, and especially when livestock is being used on that property. So I just have some concerns on that. That's it.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Hydell.
Just echo the other two supervisors' comments relative to the food bank and the waiver of the fees. And other than that, no additional comments.
Very good. Supervisor Lane, no changes. All right, and I don't have any changes either. Kim, let's take public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that likes to speak? Come on down. Good morning, Mike. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mike Sproul, and I'm the director of the Food Bank of El Dorado County. And I came today to simply thank everybody for stopping everything they're doing and helping us out. CAO's office, the building department, they got a lot of work to do right now. And to stop and pay attention to this is really, I appreciate it very much. I'm also a federally recognized Native American. And with John being in here this morning, it kind of shows what I wanted to say. I see the county culture changing. I see them working more with nonprofits and more with the community. And it's all of us together on this project. We've got the sheriff's office, we've got OES, we got the tribe, we've got everybody. And I see these type of ventures making this a better county. And I want to thank you all for realizing that and helping the food bank. Thank you.
Thank you for your gracious comments. And we always appreciate the accolades for our staff that work so hard to support our community. Thank you for doing that. Come on down. You just let us know which items on the consent calendar you're commenting on. Welcome.
Okay, hi, thank you. I would like to speak to item 3 on the consent calendar, and my name is Julie Aiken Bauer. I've been a board of director for El Dorado Gold 1848 since it was first established in 21. Our board is all volunteer, no paid employees, no salaries, expenses. We're hands-on, volunteering our own time and energy, and many times our own funds to bring the building at 515 alive for the community. The building, which we purchased from the county, is well positioned along Highway 50, the Lincoln Highway, Southern Pacific Railway Corridor, and the Pony Express Trail for an attraction of people traveling through the county and in the county. And we're a very active group. Last year, a member of our board of directors spoke to your board during public comment about the importance of 515 Main Street and the 1848 programs. Another year has gone by without direct monetary contribution by the county towards our community facilities success. And that's what I would like to address today. Our concern, and one that's shared by the grand jury, is that currently there does not seem to be any type of process in which 1848 can apply for grant funds from the transient occupancy tax, or TOT. And let me just quickly read their findings. It says there is no formal or consistent process for the various chambers or groups to request TOT funds or transparency on how decisions are made to allocate funds. At the time we purchased the building for public purpose, we were told that we would have support from the county in our efforts to establish a center for the community. But my question is, how do we go about getting that support? And currently we don't really know. We just completed a request for $1 million California Museum grant, and therefore we could meet whatever funding criteria that may be required for the county for public funding. We run similar programs as other TOT fund recipients and are looking for a similar agreement to assist in running our programs and making additional improvements to the building. We have opened the Marilyn Ferguson Research Center and Library. We're preparing to open the George Wheeldon Gem and Mineral Exhibit, and we have a number of plans for the future to restore the building. We dedicated a majority of the lower floor of 515 Main as a nonprofit center to help out other nonprofits with the goal of providing them affordable office space. Given our mission and successful track record, it seems logical that 1848 be favorably treated in the 24-25 budget. Beyond our goal of restoring the building is not only to be self-supporting, but once we're fully functioning, also assist in the restoration of other historical resources in our county. So we formally request a similar amount, around 75,000, that has been assigned to other organizations, such as the Art and Culture El Dorado, which is a fabulous organization, and would like to also sign a multiple year agreement.
Thanks for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I thoroughly enjoyed that invocation. Thank you so much for bringing that kind of culture that I have no idea what he was saying, but I definitely felt it. So thank you very much. I'm going to talk fast. Surprise. Just in terms of item 10 and 11, I see this a lot in general. In terms of contracting legal services, I'm just going to say once again, my understanding is we have a fairly robust staff of county attorneys. Not my research, I was told approximately 20. I'm not really sure why we are constantly subcontracting out to other firms for the CEQA for Marble Valley and Lime Rock projects. Is that something we're being reimbursed by ATK and Parker? That would be really important to me. As for the labor law attorneys, I just am trying to understand why we can't handle that in-house. Moving on to more fun, the item 25 and 26, it's so hard because charity is within all of us, especially those of us who are believers. And the root of charity was diverted from the beginning of time to the believers. And it's hard because the arm of government was never meant to be the arm of charity, the arm of the arts, the arm of feeling good. It was really to protect and defend. And I just see these kind of things. And to see the Navigation Center getting $500,000 increase to contract has me very concerned. And I will tell you why. I see it's coming from COVID money. When the COVID money is gone, which eventually it's got to be gone, if not now, and we're scrounging, where do we pick up those funds if we have to repeat this kind of allocation expectation to them of millions and millions of dollars? So that has me concerned on that alone of the funding source. Do I necessarily understand what I'm trying to understand what we're getting $500,000 value for? I know that I have provided a lot of pet food and things that they've reached out to the community. There was once they didn't have enough clothing, and we're doing clothing reach out. So I'm really trying to understand what we're getting $500,000 worth of at the Navigation Center. And again, are we preparing? Because as you may know, the failure of Navigation Center down at the Air Force Base was because their funding source went away and they had no preparations for where it was going to come for. Therefore, a wonderful program that was working and thriving had to be shut down because it wasn't realistic of the funding. Thanks. Have a great day. I'm sure we'll talk again.
Thanks for your questions and comments.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. Item 62 and item 3. Item 62, Mike Sproul has a big heart. As you know, I was a former planning commissioner, got to meet Mike and saw his facilities, got invited to a couple of events there at the food bank. But I also was there as other supervisors when they had the groundbreaking for the Emergency Resource Center. That groundbreaking was attended by many, many people, a diverse group from the community. Supervisor Turnbull was obviously there. And I've heard the board speak already this morning about the importance of this item 62 and the fact that staff has done a tremendous job bringing this forward. But that groundbreaking was a long time ago, and it seems as if we have to do something like we're doing today to get this moved along so that it is a facility, so it is functionally capable of doing what it was intended to do. So I support Mike and his efforts. I heard him
earlier talk a sec about this. But please, the community is looking for this, has waited for this facility, and we need to have it on the ground and working. The other part is item 3. I want to ask, or I want to thank Judy Aikenbauer from being there, Julie Aikenbauer, excuse me, from being there today. She's one of the board members of El Dorado Gold 1848, our 501c3 nonprofit. We are right next to Art and Culture El Dorado at 525, and we are at 515. I have spoken before your board also about financial support, and we thought that with others, obviously knowing how to use the county system as money has been budgeted, that this question should be asked, appropriately asked. And I thought Julie did a great job in doing that. That is it for right now, other than to say that there are about 40 some consent calendar items today, and it would take us many hours in order to go over all of them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
The sheriff has his hand up.
Oh, absolutely. Good morning, Sheriff Lykoff.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Pleasure to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment, Mike Sproul, God bless the man and all the work that he does for our county. And I also wanted to make a comment about John Tayaba and that beautiful invocation he presented us with this morning, and all the hard work that him and his crew at Tribal Fire do throughout El Dorado County to keep our community safe. But I wanted to comment on item number 61. I'll just wrap it up. I want to read this real quick. And thank you all for doing what you do. But Proposition 47 is just one more bill that was passed in 2014, which had an adverse effect on El Dorado County and the counties throughout the state of California. We cannot ignore the impact it's had on public safety in our criminal justice system and the overall quality of life in El Dorado County. And I want to assure all our citizens that the men and women of the hardest working sheriff's office in the state take great pride in protecting our beautiful communities and all of our citizens. But today the clock is ticking towards this November election. There are lawmakers and leaders in our state and those with deep pockets that are going to try and mislead voters as they did with the title of Prop 47 back in 2014 with the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act, who are throwing a lot of money and trying to defeat something that will restore a sense of order and protecting our citizens and communities throughout our state. Together, we have an opportunity, a chance to chart a new course, to rectify the mistakes of the past and to build a brighter future for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come. The repeal of Proposition 47 offers numerous benefits for El Dorado County. It will enable us to address the root causes of crime, provide better support for victims, and ensure that our streets are safe for all residents, yes, to include our most vulnerable. By restoring a more balanced approach to criminal justice, we can promote rehabilitation, reduce recidivism, and ultimately create more secure and prosperous communities. However, let me be clear, and I want to be perfectly clear on this. The hard work is yet to come. Merely putting this measure on the ballot is not enough. We must engage with our fellow citizens and educate them about the importance of this issue and mobilize them to support its repeal. We cannot afford to be complacent or assume that victory is assured. It's incumbent upon every one of us to actively participate in this process and advocate for change. Education is key. We must ensure that voters are informed about the implications of Prop 47 and the benefits that its repeal will bring not only to El Dorado County, but our entire state. By spreading awareness, dispelling myths, and presenting the facts, we can empower our fellow citizens to make an informed decision at the ballot box. Let us seize this opportunity to shape the future of our state. And I pray that we, the people in California, the hardworking, law-abiding, or those who are just tired of the continued downward spiral will show up at the ballot box in November and make a statement and push the pendulum back the other direction when it comes to law and order. The road ahead may be challenging, but with determination, perseverance, and a shared sense of purpose, we can overcome any obstacle and realize the vision of a better and brighter state and a better and brighter El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. We certainly appreciate you being with us, and El Dorado County is a fierce supporter of all of our law enforcement partners, and we so appreciate your care, support, and protection for our community.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, very good. A couple of questions. County Council, can we get some clarity on why we contract out for attorney services for labor and development, and do we get reimbursed for that?
Sure. So for item 10, this is the contract with Abbott and Kinderman for review of environmental documents pertaining to some large specific plans. That is 100% applicant funded.
Thank you.
As to item 11, although this does come from Human Resources, I can speak to it. The county has historically contracted with outside firms to provide labor negotiation services, which is a specialized form of legal services.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And as far as we had some comments on support for El Dorado Gold 1848. The budget process is not on our agenda today, but we will get some clarity to you for how you submit requests next year for the budget process. So, all right, we'll get that clarity for you. All right, with that, I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. The correction, which was read into the record for item number 1 from last week's minutes from June 18th, 2024. Supervisor Turnbull will register a no vote on item number 33, and item number 30 will be continued to July 16th, 2024.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Heidel. Any further comment? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, with that, we will move on to an exciting item number 46.
Item number 46 comes from the Human Resources Department, recommending the board, acting as the Air Quality Management Board of Directors, appoint Ryan Serena to the position of Air Quality Control Officer effective June 29th, 2024 at step 2 of the salary range.
Good morning, Joey.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Joey Carrasco from Human Resources, and this is a positive item that I bring to you today. Quick background. Human Resources conducted a robust recruitment effort to fill the position behind Dave Johnston, who retired. It is a very specialized position, as you all know, and I'm pleased to present the top candidate to you for consideration today. That's Rania Saria. She went through the whole recruitment process, competitive process, was interviewed by different panel groups of the community and our internal stakeholders as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the recruitment or talk about Rania or her background if you'd like, or she's also here in the audience today so she can answer any questions that you have as well.
Excellent. All right, I will open this up to my colleagues. Any questions or comments?
Just quick comment. Thank you, Rania, for stepping into the interim role and then applying for the actual position. I've known you for years in AQMD, and AQMD is another one of those little teeny tiny little departments, divisions that does so much, and we don't realize it until you guys come in with your annual budget report and you go, whoa, look at all the stuff they're doing. So just really appreciate you taking this on and looking forward to working with you.
And I'd just like to say congratulations, Rania. You did an excellent job in the interview process, and we're really looking forward to continuing what David started and even more, right? The next plateau, so to speak. So, and please let us know if there's things that we can do to make sure that you're successful in your new role.
Yeah. I just want to say congratulations, welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Ditto, ditto, ditto. And we'll certainly invite you up here. But actually, why don't you come on forward, Rania? You had stiff competition. You know, there were qualified individuals, and the fact that that you're standing here before us today speaks, highly to your passion and your dedication to the citizens of El Dorado County, which came across loud and clear. We also have a culture, a custom here in El Dorado County from promoting from within. We see that there's great value in that. When we have qualified applicants, we value the ability for the folks that are dedicated to working and serving the citizens of El Dorado County to have opportunities for advancement. And I think that is a really important part of our culture. And the fact that you've risen to the top in a very competitive process, speaks volumes about you. And we're just excited to have you before us today. So with that, I'd like to invite you to say anything you'd like to share.
I really appreciate the opportunity. I thank you very much, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. And I'm deeply honored to take this responsibility and to be the one that I was chosen to do this job. It's a very important job, and I am committed to working diligently to keep working what we have been doing in improving air quality, implementing effective air quality programs, implementing, helping our community meet challenges in order to always keep going up and up. We have the slogan from our former APCO, thank you for working with us to improve air quality. And that's actually what I will be working diligently to keep doing that, working with, and look forward to collaborating more with you all, with our community members, with stakeholders, to implement, again, effective air qualities, to improve air qualities and meet challenges. It's a group work. It's not only me, it's my office, my coworkers, it's everybody looking and working toward the same goal. Thank you again for this opportunity and for your trust in me. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to be working diligently to show that I am up to expectation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think we're good as far as the
Yeah, you
questions.
already
So
answered
thank
all the
you.
questions
So
we asked before.
we'll take public comment and then make this official. So thank you, Rania.
Thank you.
Let's open public comment up on this item, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 46. Excuse me. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this? Seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning. Welcome back.
Woo! Welcome to our county. I guess as a citizen of El Dorado County who loves our county, when I saw what I think was a dodged bullet with the Frontier Amazon, whatever we want to call it, Project Rania, I hope I'm pronouncing that wrong. And I loved that you called her Madame. That made me feel like I was back in Louisiana. It terrified me because of what we knew about what the air quality and impacts of that kind of warehouse semi-truck loading and unloading was going to do to the surrounding communities, schools, children, elderly. And my fear is that those issues are going to be coming up again, whether it's in multi-$1,000 housing complexes, whether it's for another attempt of a facility like that. Unfortunately, our county has grown, Rania, to be very mixed use of commercial, residential, educational, medical facilities. And I believe it was by design because we really wanted to be I forget the word, the campus-like setting, I believe is what they originally used for Business Park back in the late 1999, whatever it was, because we weren't expecting that kind of growth. So I really hope that you will advocate for the citizens, the children and elderly, especially when these projects come and we are doing things like using 10, 15, 20-year-old air quality and environmental studies to justify a project today in an area that has completely changed its dynamics, like Business Park, like Diamond Springs, like along Highway 50 towards Tahoe, that we really step back and advocate not just for the people, but for the resources, the vegetation, the animals, because the fact that we almost went there with the Business Park and hearing the pulmonary experts, the cardiologist experts, the asthma experts talk about how devastating that particular project would have been to the surrounding children, elderly, and adults, really, really scared me. So welcome. And I hope to be working to see great things come in our recent upcoming developments. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. This won't be very long. Thank you, Joey, for bringing this item forward. I wanted to note, for those that don't know in the public, that you're acting as the Air Quality Management Board of Directors, which is unusual because I don't think people realize that sometimes you have to put different hats on as you have an agenda. And in this case, that's what you've done. Also, I do want to congratulate, and I want to make sure I don't mess up her name. Is it Rania? If not, then let me know at the end how you pronounce her name for the future. But I'm also the president of the Taxpayers Association. And at some point in time when she feels comfortable, I would like to invite her to come in and talk about her programs. Because I think, as Kelly has just said, we're trying to learn more about how technology can help us in terms of air quality and particulate containment. And also, it's also important that she now becomes a member of the county's family of departments and individuals. So congratulations today, Rania. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. All right, we will bring this back to the board for action.
Move and approve.
Second.
Approved by Supervisor Turnbull, seconded by Supervisor Parlin. Any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Welcome, congratulations as our newest department head.
Yes.
We're delighted.
Yeah.
That was a good way to start our action items off this morning. With that, let's move on to item number 47 from the CAO's office.
Item number 47 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, establish an airports ad hoc committee to work with staff to study airport issues, and 2, appoint 2 members of the board to the ad hoc committee.
Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning, board. Jennifer Finnich, Chief Administrative Office. So on January 23rd of this year, your board approved the reassignment of airports to the Chief Administrative Office, and that will be effective July 1st. We've already started kind of digging into airports and trying to understand what things in that program might need to be changed. And as we've been doing that, we found that there's a lot of policies, some ordinances, some issues around the program itself. And we would like to get more board input on those changes as we try to move through them quickly to make those changes as soon as possible. So we are proposing an ad hoc committee to help staff with that. It would just be helpful to have a little more in-depth study from a couple of board members. And then, of course, all of the recommendations will come back to your full board for consideration. So that is what we're asking for today, the establishment of an ad hoc committee and appointment of 2 board members to that ad hoc.
All right. And the goal is just to have a kind of a deep dive into these some really complex issues with both the Georgetown Airport and the Placerville Airport. So
Yes.
District 4 and District 3, and to work through these like the ad hoc committee like through the end of the year, short term, getting this done. All right. So I mean, what is the will of the board? I mean, it would.
Gee, I don't know. What do you think there? Where are 2 airports?
It might make sense for, I need to
Yes,
say District 3
exactly.
and District 4 to do that. I wouldn't usually recommend, myself to do that, but
Well, I know. I'm like, yeah, it would be awkward if we weren't on it, quite honestly, at this point.
so does the board have any objections to that?
No.
Okay. All right.
Everybody's like, oh, they take a step back. Yeah. good.
I'm certainly willing to do that. I do have some background in aviation and,
Yeah,
and
you
yeah, and
do.
so let's dig in, Lori, and get this done. And
Okay.
yeah, because
I'm in.
as we've met with staff, there's some really complex issues right here, but we can hopefully make some headway on this. So look forward to working with that. All right, let's take public comment on this. This
Now taking
awkward item.
public comment. Now taking public comment on item number 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
In the boardroom? All right, seeing none, let's go online, please.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Morning.
What an exciting agenda today. Just every topic I'm just so excited about. Just throwing out there, thank you for creating an ad hoc for the airports. My parents live in Half Moon Bay. They moved there when my second was born, sadly, in 1991. And I can tell you that my children's favorite memories are of the Half Moon Bay Airport. I have often felt like we are not capitalizing, promoting, enjoying, and taking advantage of not just flying in and out. That's exciting. Maybe we'll start getting celebrities. Half Moon Bay gets a lot of celebrities that like to fly into the Half Moon Bay Airport because it's private. But even adding they added a model airplane strip off the Half Moon Bay Airport where my dad, who's 80, and his friends go and buy their little model airplanes and have such a good time. And the children are just so engrossed in it, and they have a little cafe. So I'm so happy to hear that they're taking the look at the airports that we have. I did not know we had one in Georgetown, so that's new to me. And I really hope that you guys will look at it more expansionally and not just somewhere where an airplane comes in and out, but what it can do, for people in general, and especially the kids. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. Chair, just to let you know, I am not going to talk on every item, but there are a few items because I review the agenda for the Taxpayers Association every Monday. There are a couple items here, including this one that I thought was important. These two airports have been neglected from a perspective of economic development. They've been neglected because we really haven't put the focus, as you are doing today with this item 47, put the focus in completely and directly on the two individual airports. So definitely I support this item. A little background, back in the 80s, my in-laws flew on a twin engine jet into Placerville Airport. That was my first really association with the length of the runway, being capable of taking care of small jets. And the fact is that people come in all the time to do business in the area, and they're using this as their mode of transportation because of the distance that they may be coming to get here as a destination. So both Georgetown and also Placerville are unique because of the individuals that do use the facilities. The other thing is that I personally took that tour out of Placerville Airport that flies out and around our community. I think it cost me a couple $100, but it gave me a perspective of just what it looks like from the air. And as you know, Chair, you have also had those experiences, I believe. The other part of this is, I believe now with the ad hoc committee being formed, and I assume it's going to be 4 and 5 doing the ad hoc duties, that they will work out what's necessary in order that our commercial side of the airports can function and be successful. I'm talking about the concessionaires or the individuals that have contracts in order to run operations like fuel and other things. Also, this is important to the overall community. I believe the scouts have some air relationship. And so I just want to say I'm completely supportive of this item and hope that it is approved. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
Just a brief comments. Kelly, I understand about Half Moon Bay. I've flown in and out of Half Moon Bay many times. My husband used to have a hangar at the Placerville Airport. He no longer does, but I understand we've flown in and out of Placerville many times. And I actually went through ground school at Placerville Airport. So there are opportunities. And so we'll just see what makes sense for the resources that we have. So with that, what is the will of the board on this?
I would be happy to make a recommendation on this, but I do just want to add that, of course, there's a third airport in
That
the
is
county, and it happens to be owned by the city of South Lake Tahoe, sold by the county to the city for $1. We're willing to offer it back for 100%
Do you want
profit.
two more?
Thank
Do you want two more?
But I do want to say that the city has done an excellent job kind of right-siding that. It's been a very difficult process. But I want to just offer up that, I think that they can be a resource as you begin to look at what we can do with the other airports in the county.
Yeah, those facilities are just beautiful. When we had the board meeting up there, I was blown away by what they've done with that airport.
Yeah, it's gotten better. And
Oh, yeah.
when it was just an airport, it really struggled. We subsidized that
Yes.
airport every year. And
Right.
one of the good moves was putting, city administration out there. It didn't need that size of a terminal for what we were doing. We no longer have commercial flights. So it's a good model to look at because I think you have similar challenges here.
Are we
So I
going to
just
start having
wrote
our
that.
meetings in Georgetown? Is that what you're saying?
No, I thought so.
You could fly in.
We can fly into Georgetown.
I will look forward to that day.
Opportunities. All right.
So I would go ahead and move that we establish an airports ad hoc committee to work with staff and that we ask supervisors Parlin and Thomas to serve on said committee.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right. Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And Lori and I look forward to digging into this. So
Yep.
thank you.
Good.
Appreciate it. And
I'm glad
thank you
guys
to
are
our
doing it.
SAO staff. All right, with that, let's tackle item number 48 before our 10 a.m. time allocation.
Item number 48 comes from the library department, recommending the board approve and adopt the board policy F3, El Dorado County Library and Museum Behavioral Policy and the suspension notice appeal form, and 2, grant the library director the authority to make changes to the policy and suspension notice appeal form that are either non-substantive or necessary to accord with changes to relevant statutes and regulations.
Good morning, Bryce. Welcome.
Good morning, Bryce Lavelle, Library Director.
Great. Glad to have you with us this morning. So walk us through what we're doing here this morning.
Yeah, so this is a proposed behavior policy for the library and the museum. So it's really a tool that supports staff in the job that they do to ensure a welcoming environment to everybody that visits our locations. So it's a balance of policy and definitions that are prepared really for the comfort and safety of all. So when we do have an outlier situation or something that maybe somebody's not familiar with, say when they want to charge items and they plug them in and then leave, we want to make sure that folks realize that they're responsible for their own belongings and that there is certain structure around some of the behaviors that we see. So we can just continue to offer a welcoming space to everyone.
Our libraries are such an important part of our community. And like, as you say, they are, open to all. And I can understand how staff, may need some tools to deal with some of the outlying situations. So that is what's before us today. So, appreciate you bringing this forward to the board. Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, you know what, Bryce, I meant to call you yesterday and yesterday got away from me. So I apologize. It was a very large
was
day.
a long day,
I don't know what
wasn't it? It
happened, but it
was.
was large.
Yeah.
Because I remember this conversation from before. There was like some, but it wasn't an actual policy, or I feel like we did this before, but this is a new policy. So do you recall, did you inherit something from?
We
Carolyn,
previously
or-
had something in place, but it didn't go through all the review channels.
Oh,
And
okay.
it was some of the elements in that policy were greatly borrowed from other systems in the region. And we found that it didn't encompass all the tools and structure that we need to sufficiently support staff in their positions. So the idea behind this is that we're supporting staff in their positions, and then ultimately they can support our customers and continue to deliver a very welcoming space to everyone.
Got it. That makes so much sense. Because I know that it's been an ongoing issue, honestly. And you had that library-wide training to help
Yes, and that-
staff with, you know,
That was
so,
great.
yeah, I really appreciate everything you're doing to support our staff in dealing with the public. I mean, it is not always easy dealing with the public, and the libraries, you know, are the most, public open place, I think, and we actually encourage folks to go there. So yeah, I appreciate you doing this for the staff
Thank
and
you.
for clarity for the public too.
Yeah, and the trainings from in-service day last year, those are other tools that feed into this, just, you know, to further support staff in their daily responsibilities and creating a welcoming space.
Perfect.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I'm going to commend you for recognizing the need for a formal policy. As we expand our operations and stuff, the day-by-day typical practices, things kind of falls apart with different areas. So a policy establishes a common basis for all the facilities to be operated the same. It lets the staff, it lets all the visitors know what's required of them in terms of behavior. So again, I commend you. One of the things that has always been of interest to me is if there is an adversarial type of event and you need to contact law enforcement, what kind of response do you typically get, and where does that enforcement come from? For instance, out in Georgetown, I got to imagine it takes a while for the sheriff's department to respond to something like that. So do you have any history that you could just, and maybe there's never been a need for it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it depends, doesn't it? Because we have a resident deputy in George on the Divide. We're really lucky. And
Okay.
then, quite honestly, keeping it real, the fire department's right across the street. So I mean, if there was really a throwdown kind of situation, I think the community is really there.
Okay, all right.
To be honest.
Yeah, it depends on the situation and of course the region. So sometimes if certain events were to occur, it could be that we reach out to law enforcement and just ask for a welfare check. Say if somebody's behaving in an erratic manner or something of that nature. Of course, if it's a true emergency, it's always 911 that we call, no matter what the region. But with the policy and how it's written and structured, there's expectations and structure, but then there's also flexibility, because one of the top pieces is that our customers comply with staff requests. And so even with this built policy, because we see so many unique, or sometimes there's a unique situation where it might not be clearly on the sheet. So there's still a bit of flexibility in certain situations. But yes, to answer your question, sometimes response times may be different in different areas. But in our experience, even with Georgetown as an example, we find the response times have been adequate. We feel supported.
Okay, because I'm reflecting back on history, postal events, going postal and those kinds of things. And sometimes 20 minutes is a terrible length of time to get a response if you have somebody that's really belligerent and going after something. So I'm just hopeful that we get the proper response from law enforcement and other public agencies as necessary to make sure that the peace is maintained where it has to be. So thank you for that.
And we found that our Placerville location, the security officers continue to do a fabulous job.
Yeah, they do.
They're
They do
very
a great job.
responsive, and they make those community connections. They actually provided input into this policy. They
Wonderful.
they looked at it and gave some input. So we were continually impressed with those two officers.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Excellent. Good to know.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, I think it's great that you're putting this down in terms of a policy, so people are clear about what the rules are. I think it's really important. My only concern is, on page 2, under procedure, it says that the staff member in charge at any library or museum location can determine if a policy violation has occurred, and they will work with the library director to determine suspension time, length of time. The problem that, or the concern that I just want to raise attention to, and you can do with what you feel is right. If there is a suspension, item D says the library director will review and respond to all appeals within 30 days of the submitted appeal. So I have a concern about that entire sentence, because if you're already a party to deciding what the length of termination is going to be, or suspension, and then you're the appealing officer as well, it's not really a fair look, in my opinion. And I realize this would probably be a one-off, you know, this, you're not going to use this a lot, but when you have to, it's not a fair, it's not a neutral body to whoever the person is that's appealing the decision. And the other thing I'm concerned about is the 30 days. That's a really long amount of time for an appeal. And it says that the suspension will remain in effect during the appeal review process. So if it's a 5-day suspension and it takes you 20 days to make a decision, that person's now suspended for 20 days. So I just think that needs to be tweaked and looked at a little bit. But other than that, I think this is really fair and very kind in the way in which you've addressed it.
Do you have any recommendations on how to reconcile that by any chance?
Well, I mean, I think there should be a third party that looks at appeals, if you're going to be a part of deciding what the suspension is going to be, or remove yourself from that part of it so you can be the appealing officer. And then I would think that the appeal process should be, you know, gosh, I don't think, I can't see you suspending somebody for a year, but I recognize that that's part of this. They could be suspended for that long, but if it's just like a 5-day suspension, I don't know how you word it so that an appeal is properly addressed. Because if it's a 30-day suspension, then a different period of time is, so I'm just throwing up the concern, but I'm not suggesting what the fix is.
Especially now that our libraries are community hubs.
Right.
Having that access is important too, but yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Let's let Supervisor Trimby weigh in.
Yeah, just Bryce, thank you for bringing this policy forward. I think it's a great thing, especially when it comes to the concerns of people that use the library, and especially our visitors. It protects them. And I thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it.
Great. Well, let's take public comment on this and then we'll bring it back to the board for action. So thank you so much, Bryce.
Now taking public comment on item 48, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the boardroom, so let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Welcome back.
Chris Payne, you made me feel a little bit bad. Never apologize for calling in or promising that you won't continue to call in. You're an important voice and, speak for quite a few people. I'm just calling in as a citizen. I no longer speak for anybody but myself. But I want to commend the board. I was literally just having a conversation yesterday regarding another group. I will not say who, if something like this was established, may not be in what I call just disgusting mess, diverting the attention towards the good the group could be doing over behavior policies, how to handle them, and what that means. I appreciate that the library committee is making it very clear. I mean, I read it over and it's from the most simplistic understanding of what is acceptable and what's not. And will there be pushback of what is my First Amendment right? What is legal? What is illegal? What is violating my taxpayers' dollars on a public facility? I don't know, because it seems what we've done is we've skewed in our country and within our surrounding the difference between your rights as a taxpayer and a freedom rights, and the secondary thing of how does my behavior affect those around me, whether it's their safety, whether it's their enjoyment of use of a facility, or whether it's protecting their safety. So I love this. I love written policies. I like things that are easy to read. This is very easy to read. My question would be, much so like I used to do with my children, is I realize you cannot go retro. That would be way too many library cards. Have they considered having this policy as part of getting a new library card where it is signed and understood that the privilege of this library card has these expectations of your behavior? That would be the only thing I would wonder if it might be beneficial, because it's very easy for people to say, that's not fair, I didn't know, or you're, Anyway, good job. Thanks. And I have nothing else to say till item 51, just to let you know. Thanks.
All right, we'll talk to you then. Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board. So I'm hearing in the discussion that there was a desire to perhaps look at reducing the appeal process time from 30 days to another matter. The idea to consider a third-party appeal rather than having the library director, both the judge and the jury, so to speak, and then perhaps making a condition of getting a library card, having this policy accessible, or which is an interesting point. So, and I agree with the comments. This is a very common sense approach to.
Can we ask Bryce a few questions
Yeah,
then?
absolutely.
Because I'm trying to come up with.
Right,
how to
where we
address
want to
those
go with this.
concerns. So honestly, Bryce, I'm just trying to figure out, what are your thoughts on how often will this be used, do you really think? Because you guys have so many tools now to de-escalate and educate the public. How often do you think this will actually come into play, the suspension part?
Well, as a library system, we have not had very many cases where it would be appropriate to suspend somebody for an extended period of time, such as a year. And looking at our neighboring systems and other systems that I've worked in, sometimes it's a rather frequent occurrence, to where it could be weekly or monthly. So this is positioning our institution to make sure that we have something in place if something like that does occur. So it's just that added structure to assist and continue to help create a welcoming space. Some of the items here, it will help us in a more regular fashion. So with some of our sites, they're joint use facilities. So we get a lot of youth in those facilities. And so as maybe certain behavior arises, it's like, well, how do we address that, and who ultimately is responsible from the aspect of somebody being a minor? So that's the guardian or caregiver. So some of these pieces we'll see a little more frequently. The storing of items or leaving items unattended. Some folks they just don't realize that that's not something that's acceptable in the space. We don't want your items to go missing. We're not liable for them. Sometimes somebody might see a charger and they plug in a few items and maybe they have a bag or something, but that's now a trip hazard. It can also be that that space is no longer ADA compliant. So we're really looking at it from this scope of a welcoming space for all of our patrons. But with the more extreme examples where we would have to potentially ban someone for a year, I don't know if we have any examples of that historically at this point, but it's a tool and a structure that we'd like to have in case we see certain behavior.
Right. So I guess where I'm headed with this is that, so would you consider, do you foresee perhaps shorter, smaller suspensions maybe happening instead, a 10-day or whatever? Is that even something that you think would happen on, where I'm going with is, so when I used to work in the Ponderosa High School library.
That's right.
And every once in a blue moon, we would suspend a student. And just because they didn't want to listen to the direction they were given. And we did it ourselves. We didn't, because we knew the student, we understood the circumstances. And so I personally, at this point, I don't see an opportunity for abusing or misuse of the suspension. I'm wondering if perhaps if we adopt it as it is, maybe with the appeal process days fewer, if you think you can do it within less than 30, but then give us a report next year and let's see how it's really going. Because I don't want to make an appeal process, throw it off to the CAO or, make it bigger than it needs to be. And I do get the relationship there when you have your patrons, your library directors, on site, each know the patrons pretty darn well, I think. And then they make you aware of the situation. So I don't know. I don't want to make this bigger than it needs to be. And if we have a 1-year review and you can, demonstrate how it went or didn't, or if you find along the way it needs to tweak, bring it back sooner. But do you think that 30-day appeal process could be shortened? Is that realistic, or is it too hard to pull it all together?
I think we can definitely shorten the length of that. So
Like 15 days, is that realistic, or what would you recommend?
I was thinking potentially 14.
Okay, 14, 2 weeks?
Yeah,
Okay.
so 2 weeks. So we get a little bit of time, and then I was also with item A, just removing myself in determining
The actual
ultimately
suspension.
the suspension
Mhm.
length. And with how this is structured, there is flexibility in that suspension length. As you mentioned, the site supervisors or person in charge at different libraries with many of our patrons, they have an array of specifics. So the information that they have, generally it's they would be best in determining, engaging what would be appropriate action or length of restriction. Sometimes it's just letting the patron know that hey, you may not be aware of this, but our policy states that you can't leave things unattended, and they'll be, oh, I didn't realize, and then that's it. Or it could be that there's other questions or resistance to that, and it could go a certain direction where maybe that person is asked to leave for the day. And so we have a wide range of possibilities. And with overall structure, we'll also be able to have consistency throughout all the locations. But with a longer ban, that would be more of a extreme example or case.
Okay. So what do you think, Supervisor Lane, would that work? So you're saying that on A there, you could just take the library director out and leave it up to the person in charge at the library? Is that what you were saying, to help with this potential conflict? Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Would
So you're
that,
asking Supervisor Lane?
well, kind of both. If Bryce is comfortable with it, does that help Supervisor Lane with your concerns? And then we could tighten up the appeal of 30 days to 14. That works for you?
Yep.
Are those good changes, Supervisor Lane, then to kind
And I
of?
think, yeah, we check back. I do think this is extreme, that this, we may not even have a
Yeah.
test case, and that would be
Right.
great.
Right,
That would be a
right.
great outcome.
Exactly.
Hopefully we won't need it. And then just do a check back with us in a year to let us know
Perfect.
how it's working. And of course, if you see anything right away that needs to change, of course, we'll, support that. So, okay, I
But
think that'll
makes
work.
Common sense approach. One more thing,
Yeah.
I did like the idea of letting folks know that we have this policy in place, maybe not this whole written document, but especially the items that the first under the policy, that where we say for the comfort and safety of all, we list, what our policies are, and then prohibited activities, listing those. How are we going to let patrons know about that? Are you going to do, a poster? I'm thinking of, teenagers in a library. If you have it on the wall, they say, oh yeah, I can't run or I can't do this. Sometimes that can help, thwart bad behavior too. So if we have a policy that no one knows about, that doesn't always accomplish the goal. So how are we going to get the word out to folks in a easy manner?
Sure. Posting at all locations. And then when customers apply for a library card, we can include a printout, or if they sign up for a card electronically, then we can go ahead and have that be part of the process to where everyone is aware when they sign up for a new card. And then we can also have the physical posting at every site.
Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, well, thank you so much. A great discussion. So what is the will of the board on this item?
Kim, did you capture the changes you suggested pretty good? or
Sure,
do
just
I need to list them?
for the record, I think it would be approving it as presented, but adding a section 3 with regards to section 3 of the board policy procedure under the heading with severe or repeated infractions, a patron can be suspended for up to 1 year. Under section A, we'll strike out and they will work with the library director to determine the suspension length. And then on D, we will strike out the 30 days and replace with 14 days. And then we'll also add another section 4 asking the department to return within 1 year with an update to the board.
You are so good, Kim.
That's perfect. Did we get that, County Council?
I just don't think that last part should be in the policy.
Oh,
That should
yes.
just be
Yeah.
direction.
The policy does provide for a sunset date in 2 years. I think
Okay.
what you're asking for is maybe an earlier check-in. I
Yeah,
just don't
just
think it needs to
check-in.
be written into the policy.
Perfect.
Right, and it didn't mean it that way.
Okay,
Perfect.
so that would be like, just direction to staff to check in with us kind of thing?
In a year. Yeah.
Okay,
And it could
Yeah.
also be, on consent even if there's no problems, just,
Yeah.
we've gone great. No instance, doesn't have necessarily have to be a formal presentation, depending on what you're finding this year.
perfect. Okay, I move that we do that.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thanks so much
Thank
for your work
you.
on this, and hopefully it's a helpful tool for everyone.
Yes.
Appreciate your common sense approach. Great. All right. With that, we will move into item 50, our 10 a.m. time allocation, which is a hearing. Kim.
Item number 50 is a hearing from Air Quality Management District recommending the board acting as the AQMD Board of Directors approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting the fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget for the El Dorado County AQMD. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
With that, I will open the public hearing and welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, board. I'm Scott Wilson, the program manager for Air Quality Management District, and this should go fairly quickly. As you know, back on June 11th, I presented the proposed budget to your board. At that time, you had no changes to make to the recommended budget. After that workshop, our staff noticed a calculation error that changed 2 fees, increased them by $1 each. It was basically a rounding error, but they were fees that are tied to other fee calculations. So we had to make the change so that everything balances. So the authority to construct, we proposed at $481. We now propose at $482. The filing fee, we proposed at $125, now $126. The other thing to keep in mind too is we're starting our fee study that we were directed by the board last year to do. So these fees, would be possibly changing once, depending on the results of that fee study. But just wanted to daylight that we had those 2 fees that did increase by $1. Other than that, no other changes to the budget. We noticed in the paper per health and safety code section 40130 and 40131, both the first workshop and the second workshop. And I'm just proposing at this time that the board adopts the resolution, which adopts AQMD's fiscal year 24 and 25 budget.
Thank you so much. And it's interesting that this department, the Air Quality Management District, has its own budget process that's very prescribed, and that's what
Right.
we're finalizing today. So any comments or questions by the board?
No.
All right, let's take public comment on this. Thank you, Scott.
Now taking public comment on item number 50. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone here, so let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All righty, we'll bring this back to the board. What is your pleasure?
I just want to make one comment, okay? And I just want to thank you for all you guys' hard work, especially when it comes to, you know, finding funds to pave a lot of these dirt roads that we have, especially Sand Ridge, Tullis Mine Road, Bear Creek Road, Sweeney Road, Oriental Street, and South Street. So I want to thank you very much for all the hard work and stuff and looking for grant money to be able to get this done. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing that up. The Air Quality Management District supports so many
Yeah, they do.
different projects and
Right.
public resources for our community. They're really valuable. So
Yeah.
yeah, thank you for that.
I'll make a motion, move and approve.
I'll second. All right, any further discussion?
Madam Chair, did you close the public
I
hearing?
did not.
Oh,
Shame
okay.
on me.
Sorry.
With that, I close the public hearing and Supervisor Turnbull moved, Supervisor Parlin seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So congratulations on a
Thank you.
closed budget process.
Yeah. I thought you guys were just hanging out because you liked us.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
All right,
You
have a
too.
good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So with that, let's, our next time allocation is 10:30. So let's go on to item 49. Are we ready to do that? We need to wait for staff. All right, let's go ahead and open it up and
I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
perfect. All right, we'll
I'll
start
read-
item 49.
I'll read very, very slowly.
Great, excellent.
She can speak on it. Lori can.
Parks, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board consider options for the use of 62.2 acres of county-owned open space land located in Coloma at Corone Ranch off Pedro Hill Road and Highway 49, identified as assessor parcel number 104-530-10-100, and provide direction to staff to bring
Yeah,
forward a resolution to declare the property exempt surplus and appoint a real estate negotiator on behalf of the county to enter into negotiations with the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Land Management for the transfer of said property.
Well done, Kim, and welcome back, Jennifer. We're just too
Yeah.
efficient this morning.
Yeah, I hung around in case that one went quick, but it was quicker than I even thought it was gonna
Luckily, you
be.
don't live far from here, so I just from your office. Okay, what are we doing here today with item 49?
Okay, so as Kim stated, the county owns a parcel about 60 acres. It is in the middle of BLM land, Bureau of Land Management owned open space. And they refer to that as the Cronin Ranch Regional Trails System. So the county purchased that 60 acres back in 2004, and that was using Prop 40 grant funding. And the purpose of that purchase was for a regional trails park or equestrian center. If you go out there to Cronin Ranch now, that's basically what we have out there. It is a trail network that allows for mountain biking, hiking, and equestrian uses. And if Kim can pull up the map, I can kind of show you. There is a parking area where all of those uses can park, and then there are trails already existing that go through county property. So we wanted to kind of look at this property and see what could be done with it. So actually, the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee took that on, and they appointed their own ad hoc committee, the Cronin Ranch Ad hoc Committee, to look at what could possibly be done on that parcel. That committee did kind of a deep dive and talked to the user groups out there, and they came up with a couple of proposals. Both of them included a bicycle skills park, interpretive trail, and protection of some of the wetlands and other biologically sensitive areas out there. You can kind of see the green on the bottom left of the parcel in the middle right there. And then it also included equestrian parking, an arena, and a round pen to provide those equestrian amenities. So those were kind of the possibilities. That went to the Parks and Rec Commission for review. And their recommendation to the Board of Supervisors was that we relieve ourselves of that property and sell it to the Bureau of Land Management to continue the uses that basically exist out there right now. So I wanted to bring this item to the board. I wanted it to be a discussion item so that we could kind of talk about those possibilities. If we're ready to say, you know, we've had this property for 20 years, we haven't done anything with it. It's really become part of this Cronin Ranch trail system. We can go that direction, and what we can do is declare this property as exempt surplus, and then we can sell it directly to the Bureau of Land Management. Then there are other possibilities. We could keep it, we could develop it. Right now, we don't have funding to develop something like a mountain bike skills course. That would be really expensive to develop, and Parks currently just has so many projects and not any funding to do something like that. But you know, we're always open to board direction, and we could also just keep the land as in the county's ownership and continue the use that we have out there currently. So I wanted to open that up for board discussion and get direction from y'all.
Thank you. And I'll turn this over to Supervisor Parlin since this is in your district. Do you have any other comments or thoughts?
Yeah, I guess so. This piece of property has been, what's the right word? It has just been puzzling to me since I got into office, what to do with it, what to try to do with it, what's the reality. The fact that if you look at it, it's truly landlocked, quite honestly. And I think when I first got in office, I had conversations with BLM. They would like to expand the parking lot there. The problem is where they want to expand to, in their minds, that makes the most sense, is on the county property. So then we had, with staff, I had looked into doing some kind of a boundary line adjustment or leasing an acre or two. The problem is when you get into government government, the laws and regulations about that and moving boundaries and leasing and BLM's constraints, it got just too complicated, and you could just tell it was going to cost both parties a lot of money for very little. And so we stopped pursuing that. The one day we were standing out there, I can't remember who all was with me, but there used to be an old, and I mean old, broke down, there were remnants, I guess you'd say, of a wood arena that was, I think, used for the cattle back in the day. And so we looked around, and that was on, is that on our property or BLM's? You recall that old thing?
Right, kind of at the property line, but it's mostly on the BLM.
Yeah, and so there was this quick conversation, and then next thing we know, there were bulldozers out there and tractors, and that wood structure was gone. The gravel was laid within a week, and you got a little more parking. So as time has gone on, I really appreciated the CLAC, the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee, taking on the public polling and stuff, because there's just so many thoughts about what to do here. But at the end of the day, when I look at this property, oh, and mind you, I don't know if you could see it, but there's actually already a BLM trail across the county's property, which came up in conversation also, that if we were to do something with the boundary line, they said, well, can you make it so that our trail is recognized on your county property? And I'm just like, oh, for crying out loud, can this get more complicated? So the reality is, and there is a Cronin Ranch master plan that the BLM has. So we've been advised time and time again that anything the county were to do on its property must fit within that plan. So I just personally think it would be the smartest thing to sell it to BLM so that they can just pursue more trails like they already have. That's what's in their plan. our recent park survey actually talked about more trails. That part of the county loves trails. Cronin Ranch is, oh my gosh, such a used trail location.
Beautiful.
So in my mind, that would be the smartest thing to do is to just let BLM pursue their parking and adding more of the, like the existing trail system, because that's what people want out there. And then, or there was talk at one time if selling it, because I do know BLM had been trying to find their own. It's so funny. BLM was looking for grant money. I always thought they gave grants, but they don't. They were looking for grant money to try to purchase at one point. And then we did talk about the potential of, and I hate to throw this in here, but it's something to consider, is there are a few small parcels of BLM land that are contiguous to county uses. And so we had talked about maybe doing some swapity-doo kind of stuff. In addition,
Technical term.
Sanders term, by the way, swapity-doo. Some swapity-doos, though, for some of those parcels that, you know, BLM's not using them. They're contiguous to some of our river uses, I think it was. Also, there's one, if I remember correctly, one over where Marshall Road comes into 49. There, I think there's a BLM parcel that we were looking at, could potentially be used for something near Archie's place that's being used by DOT. Right. So, but I do think that just for the parcel itself, it is time to let it go and let BLM actually pursue what they see in their bigger trail plan. So, and then I think the recommendation in here was to any funds that come from it to reinvest it out in that area, because we do have parks along the river that are in need of amenities. So that's kind of where I'm at. We can talk about ideas all day long, but sometimes I think we just have to get to our reality, which isn't as fun.
The reality is you've done that for years,
Oh
talking
my
about the
gosh,
community
I
about
mean,
ideas. And like at the end of the
yes.
day, we have no resources.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, excellent. Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, just a couple questions, and thank you Supervisor Perlin for showing me this area when we went on
That's
our
right.
tour.
That's right.
So I was really able to understand this proposal. It does say in the staff report that the transfer of the property to BLM would be more feasible, transferring the property, than a sale. Could you just comment on that?
Yes, I think that was probably a poorly written sentence. If we were to, in the Surplus Land Act, there's different ways of disposing of property. And if you put it up for sale, there's a more robust process it has to go through. So I think we probably should have added to that sentence, but we can sell it to BLM, and that is a transfer of property. So it would fit under those rules, which allow it to be exempt surplus.
Okay, so the word, that sentence was intended to say sell. We're going to sell it to BLM.
Yeah, we probably should have just not included that sentence.
Okay.
Because it's
Thank you for that, because I had the
confusing.
same, I thought,
Yeah.
oh, we're not giving it away,
We're
right?
giving it away. Yeah, that
Seems
was
like
one
it.
of my, the other question is, there's this Michael Hardy Successor Trust that has also a lot of land in the area that's contiguous. So has there been any discussion as to whether, I mean, is BLM the only person that's kind of logically wanting this property at this point? Has there been any discussion with any of these outside landowners?
So my understanding is that BLM would also like to acquire that property and has been pursuing that as well.
Okay.
To add to.
That's what I understand
Okay.
also.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Okay,
Great
thank you.
question. Thank you for that clarification. And in the action before us, it is to bring forward a resolution to declare the property exempt surplus, appoint a real estate negotiator to enter into negotiations with BLM for the transfer of said property, but that includes the sale and then the transfer. So yeah, it's- okay, it's kind of confusing.
And then just one follow-up question I just thought of, you mentioned that in 2004, this property was purchased with Prop 40 funds. Are there any obligations that were written into Prop 40 that if you dispose of the property, what happens?
There were, but it was a 20-year
Oh,
term.
so we're right there.
We are past that now and we don't have any
20 years and 3
obligation
days.
to pay. in that. Yep. Yes.
Okay.
All
Cool.
right. 20
Excellent.
years.
Excellent clarification on that. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I
Perfect,
have
sorry.
several.
Great.
What hasn't been mentioned is that we paid $280,000 evidently for 40 acres. And then it was expanded on July 20th to 62 acres. Does that mean the county paid more than 280,000 to add the additional 22 acres? What's our investment? That's what I want to know. Because this
believe
is public monies. I just don't want to give it away to the federal government.
Yeah.
So I believe the investment was just the 280,000 and that was all state Prop 40 money that was
Okay.
used. We did go back and look at all of our files from that kind of second acquisition that happened, and it doesn't say anywhere in there that there was more funding that was needed. So we can try to look deeper at that, but my understanding is it was just the 280,000.
And do we have any understanding of why the 22 acres was added? I mean, there must have been a purpose, and I can't believe it just came out of negotiations. It just seems weird the way this was set up, the history of it. And there's a lot of things like that, but
Oh, see, we have a
if
lot
we
of
don't know, we
those.
don't know. If we don't know, we don't know.
Welcome to
Okay.
El Dorado County.
Yeah.
Right. So I've actually walked the property, looked at it. It is really incredible and it has a lot of potential, which we've talked about. There's been various plans proposed, but I'm not a strong advocate to basically just kind of give it away to BLM. There was an investment made. If we can't get that investment back plus interest, then we ought to be looking at other potential uses as declared surplus. So that's the other thing I wanted to investigate a little bit more because I have not read the Surplus Property Act. When we take it as an exempt surplus property, do federal government or state government have priority over nonprofits, for instance, in being able to purchase that? What is the pecking order?
Yes, so we still have to send it to notify the state so that they can review what we're doing. But because it's exempt surplus, we are able to transfer it to another government entity without releasing it to allow for affordable housing developers to have kind of the first right of refusal. And then it doesn't have to go to the larger group of nonprofits, I think, is in kind of that second tier. And then it also doesn't have to go out to the general public because it's exempt surplus.
Okay. So given that, how do we establish a negotiation boundary that would say, if we can get this much in cash to be paid or some kind of terms and stuff, to basically restore the value of what was put into this? That's one thing. And what is the low end of the negotiation? Because I'm guessing if you get into this process and they're going to want to offer, just guessing, substantially less than what we put into it.
Yeah, I
And
think
with
what,
the interest and appreciation and everything, you know,
Yeah.
why would we want to negotiate? Are we forced to negotiate to a value we don't think is fair?
I think that's all part of the negotiation. And I think our next step would be to bring another item to declare the property exempt surplus, appoint a real estate negotiator. We would then be able to meet with BLM to really talk about that. And we could always do a closed session item to be able to get the board's take on that negotiation because it is
County
county property.
Council, did you want to weigh in? Because I'm watching your face.
Maybe
Well,
we do.
Jennifer covered it. I think that as is the practice when you're disposing of or acquiring other real property, upon going through the formal process to commence that process, we would schedule a closed session for you to give instructions to your designated real property negotiator.
Okay.
And during those discussions in closed session, you could establish what kind of the beginning and end points of your desired price would be.
Okay.
Or would still retain discretion.
Yeah, again, as Jennifer described,
process,
that's I
okay.
think maybe 2 or 3 steps down the line.
Great.
All right, very good.
Does
And
that help?
yes, it does. But similar to the Diamond Springs Park, I see that there's an opportunity for nonprofits to be interested in purchasing and developing in conjunction with the community that's out there, a facility that I think would be very much welcomed when it's all said and done. But I don't know that for a fact. I've got to run some trap lines. So I'm not to the point of just saying, let's kind of just make a deal and be done with it. But if, as mentioned, we'll have an opportunity to talk about it in closed session and determine the terms at which the discussion will happen. Because I want to make sure we get as much of our money back and maybe with interest, basically the growth as possible, so we can take that money and reinvest it in another park. I mean, we did that with the sale in El Dorado Hills of the property we had adjacent to Bass Lake Park. We sold that to the Community Services District. We then took that money and invested it in the Diamond Springs Park. That's the kind of thing I want to make sure we get out of this, a reinvestment of the substantial proceeds into another park system, not to go into general fund or anything else, but put that money where it can be used and recognized today, as opposed to what the board in 2004 thought was this big vision that never went anywhere evidently. So but those are my comments.
Very good.
Yeah, I just got a question to ask. And Dave, I want you to chime in on this a little bit. My concern is we bought this with public funds, Prop 40 funds. Now, if we give it to BLM, is it a gift of public funds to
We're
them?
not giving it.
We're not giving it? We're
No,
gonna sell it to
clarified
them,
that.
correct?
Yeah, we just
Period?
clarified- Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Well, we're gonna negotiate.
I just want
it's
to make sure
negotiations.
clarification that, that it's going to be sold to
Absolutely.
them
Yes.
for fair
Absolutely.
market value.
Yes, yes.
What's
To be
appraised
determined,
today.
and we will
Yeah.
retain discretion in the process.
Okay. I just
Excellent.
wanted
So-
to ask that question. That's
To
all.
piggyback on that, has there ever been an appraisal on that property? Have we ever gone out and really tried to determine what is today's value?
We have not done that yet for this property.
Okay.
But we do that all the time
Right.
for other properties. So that could be, part of our information gathering before we engage in those.
Yeah, I would think that would be important, because
discussions further.
grazing land obviously has a certain value. It's be interesting to see how the appraisal comes in with the way
It would
it's
be interesting.
currently configured, right? And non-use is grazing land, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, yeah.
And if I could just make a couple other comments. County council always says, when you can declare the property exempt surplus or surplus, and that doesn't mean that you are most definitely selling or giving away that property. It's the first step to do those negotiations, but it doesn't lock us in to that. And then also, I just wanted to note that the Parks and Recreation Commission, part of their recommendation was that we do take any funds resulting from the transfer and put it back into parks.
Yeah. Makes
Okay,
sense.
read
Makes
that.
sense.
Yeah.
Great.
I
All
agree.
right. Thank you
Best
so
intent.
much, Jennifer.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take public comment on this, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 49. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing any comments in the boardroom. So let's go online.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good morning.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it's just Kelly again. I'm sorry, I lied. I just ate 3 peanut butter cups because this gives me anxiety. My concern, anytime we relinquish our control of our land sources to the federal government or the state government, I guess my biggest concern is, and maybe council or somebody can answer this, can we have provisions of youth? Because my fear is we are seeing an overwhelmingly high rate, and I know this for sure, being a public works contractor, and begin seeing many bids, Mendocino County, Solano, and different areas where the state then can perhaps put a psychiatric facility, or they can put a mental drug rehab center, or not maintain it against our fire safety that we were talking about last week, and exempting federal land from those contingencies. And I'm not sure I'm comfortable thinking that the use of this land would be turned over to the federal government. I wish they used a different acronym, because every time you say BLM, my mind goes somewhere else. In terms of how this land would be used or potentially used, would we relinquish all control of zoning, of use and those kind of things with this particular property. So any enlightenment I can get on that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is another item from the taxpayers. Certainly a very good discussion board. And some of the board members themselves and their questions are really relevant to this matter. I want to also, before I forget, say in the Legistar item that there were two other alternatives that the board might consider. The board could direct staff to explore developing the site, which would require a series of park planning and development steps, including further public outreach, environmental studies and review, a master plan for the site, and identifying funding for development. Given the number of current projects and lack of available funding, direction to pursue this option in the near future is infeasible. I don't like the word infeasible. I don't believe that only the Board of Supervisors could say that it's infeasible, not staff. Alternative two, the board could direct staff to move forward with neither option, continuing to hold on to the property for continued use as open space concurrently with the option to develop the parcel as a park or other recreational use in the future. There are then other opportunities here, which I believe your board should maybe discuss with staff. I'm not sure that was the intent of this item, but at this point, I believe it would be good business. 280,000 plus interest since 2004. That is taxpayers' money. Kudos to you, Supervisor Heidel, for bringing that up. But I'm a little bothered by the question of what happened after the 40 acres to get to 62.2. I don't believe staff's comment that there is no record or they couldn't find a record for the money that was spent in order to acquire the 22.2 or how they may have gotten it. I don't think that's acceptable, and there needs to be some further research on that. The 2007 Cronin Ranch Management Plan, not attached to the item. There was no public comment that I found in the item. I'm not sure how much the public actually knows about this item today, but I believe that there needs to be additional work done on it. 1848 got their 515 Main Street building through the process that you are describing, Supervisor Heidel. When we have properties that we're not using, they do go to federal and state first for an opportunity to acquire those. And then I believe, like it happened with 1848, it goes to a reputable nonprofit. That's my comments for today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for your comment.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. Yeah, there were certainly alternatives in the staff report that the board has certainly read, and the fact that we've chosen not to discuss all of those options based on Supervisor Parlin's history and the fact that we have a recommendation from our Parks Commission and the CLAC was certainly meaningful, I think, to the board. So the question I heard in their county council is, in our negotiation process, is it possible to have any kind of provision like that the land remain a trail network or something to that effect, but once we sell the property, do we lose all control of its use? That was the question.
Yeah, and certainly you could, as part of the negotiations, require that a condition be imposed in the deed that would restrict the use of the property as whatever it is you negotiate between you and BLM.
Excellent. All right. Bring this
Then
back
try
to
to
the-
enforce that.
I will bring this back to the board. What is your?
Oftentimes when we put provisions like that in, there's some process by which the county could institute some action to seek reversion of the property back to the county if upon failure to comply with the
We've done
condition
another
uses.
contract.
Yeah, and
Correct.
not
Yes,
only
we have.
that, this is Cronin Ranch, and it already has a master plan. I mean, this would go into their master plan that they already have at BLM, so.
That's another layer of protection.
It
for
really
the
is.
use.
I mean,
Yeah.
their concern, I think, is that if we were to do something, it wouldn't follow the master plan. So, there's the rub right there. And that's where we've had, these conversations over the years is they have a master plan for the area. And they've had concerns that we would do something very different, and what would that do to the overall plan? So that's just another reason where I'm like, let's give it to them, let them follow their plan wholeheartedly. And then the fact that they're trying to pursue those other two parcels in the front along Pedro Road and 49, you know, they really want to expand that area. So I really think that we should try to get our money and do other things, you know, along the river parks, to be honest, and let them do their thing. So
Is that a motion?
that is
Supervisor
a
Parlin?
motion to move staff's recommendation, and we will come back for negotiations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you for the rich discussion. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
All right, we will now move into our 10:30 time allocation, which is a public hearing.
Item number 51 is a hearing from the Auditor Controller recommending the board, one, adopt the following resolutions that are on file in the board clerk's office, completing the formation process for the El Dorado County Community Facilities District 2024-2 Heritage at Crossing Creek Village number 11. A resolution of formation of Community Facilities District. B, a resolution calling for special landowner election. C, a resolution declaring results of special landowner election and directing recording of notice of special tax lien. And two, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance levying the special taxes for CF 2024-2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to July 16th, 2024 for final passage, second reading.
Excellent, Kim. Thank you so much. So with that, I will open this public hearing, and the public hearing regarding the CFD is now open. The hearing is to inquire into the formation of the CFD, the levy of the special taxes in the CFD, and any other matters specified on the agenda for this item. So with that, to our esteemed auditor, we'll have you walk us through this. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Thomas. You know, I almost think it's important. I know there's one member of the Board of Supervisors that has reservations about this item. I mean, I have reservations about this item, but I'd like to really talk about how we got here. Back in 2005, El Dorado County did not have a general plan, and there was a court order. The Board of Supervisors could not take a discretionary act to create a new lot. The Board of Supervisors couldn't approve any housing of any kind, and also affected, I believe, commercial growth at the time. So in March of 2005, there was a referendum on the general plan. And to get the general plan, people, the public, to get it, the public to support the referendum on the general plan, traffic relief was promised, open roads were promised, and deeply embedded in it, basically revenue neutrality was promised. As I've been here before, I think we could do a little better job with traffic relief on the west end. But we don't approve general plan amendments and specific plans and DAs if we want to comply with the general plan, unless the project is revenue neutral, that the taxpayers all through the county don't have to subsidize the new development. And so what's before you today is to raise a special tax for ambulance services and to raise a special tax that will, of course, just affect the people that eventually buy homes in Carson Creek Heritage 11, to raise a special tax to make up for the fiscal deficit that's projected in the fiscal impact analysis that was done on this project. I do think it's also important to note, because there's some people say we give developers a free ride. Other aspects of the DA were a $4,174 community benefit payment to the county. Each time a home is built, we get $4,000. And I don't know exactly, Supervisor Hydall could help with this better, a $285 fee for intelligent traffic circulation. It'll go to DOT. $500 fee for affordable housing. And then these two special, in the development agreement, the developer has agreed to help us form this community facilities district that will levy these two special taxes. So the county will be revenue neutral. That's all I have to say, which I know it's remarkable that I was so short, but I will sit here and wait for the public to comment and then answer any more questions or any questions that anyone has.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate you helping break it down. These things are at first complicated, but we appreciate you simplifying the matter before us today. Does the board have any questions at this point?
Not at this point. I do. Clarification on B. Yeah, no. Item B, it says resolution calling special landowner election to which is attached a form of the ballot. I want to make sure we understand what landowner refers to here. It's not existing residents within any of the heritage projects.
Correct. This is separate from Carson Creek Heritage. This is, I forgot the name, Carson Creek Heritage Village 11, which was the former industrial property or R&D property that was rezoned, an amendment to the specific plan that was approved in August of 2021, I believe. But yeah, essentially just the developer will vote and I'm sorry, now you've triggered me.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to do that. I retract everything I said. No.
Now the election department, Ms. Dawson can run an election. I've seen her repeatedly. 1 minute after the election, she reports the results out.
We will do that in a minute.
Where our election department, it takes 2 weeks for them to certify election results.
I just wanted to clarify who is voting on this. It's not going to be a public election process.
All right, perfect. So with that, thank you for that clarification. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item or any interested parties who wish to lodge a protest? Good morning.
Morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. Chad Roberts at Hefner Law on behalf of Lennar Homes of California, LLC. I don't have much to add to Joe's report. Thank you for that. We support this action. And I would just add that it was in August of 2021 when this project was approved, and section 3.81 and section 3.83 of the development agreement actually required us to cooperate with the county to form this CFD. So we are prepared to honor that obligation and would respectfully request you move the staff recommendation.
Thank you,
If you have
Chad.
any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Appreciate you being with us today. All right, seeing no public comment in the boardroom, let's go on online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. I had originally not intended to actually comment, but I actually need clarification looking at the documentation. Auditor Controller Harn has been more than generous of his time working with us to try to explain this CFD and also the existing CFD for Heritage Village. So I want to thank him again for all that information. In terms of clarification, though, I'm looking at this document and it looks like the maximum taxation level for this development, the new development, is $313, whereas the Melrose taxation that I and my fellow Heritage Village people pay ranges from $1,575 to over $2,500 per property. And there's obviously a disparity between $313 and the amount we paid. I might also indicate that in October, the board elected to sell another round of bonds against the Heritage Village Belarus. The increase alone is higher than the $313 now being proposed. So unless I'm reading those numbers incorrectly, there seems to be a disparity. And Mr. Harn, if you could address whether or not I'm misinterpreting that information And as a maximum, this is really a different set of numbers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask that question.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Board of Supervisors, representing the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. Thank you, Auditor. I thought that was probably your best job at presenting an item such as this. It's very, very complex. The general public may not understand what is going on, but this is my take on what you've said. On the Legistar item itself, it says funding, not applicable. Now I understand what that means. In the general fund, there is a net neutral tax obligation because of the action that the board is taking today. The development agreement gets us all of those things that the auditor has identified, and that's clearly through negotiations. And so we do have things that in other projects in the past, we may not see in the development agreement, but they are in this Unit 11 project. The other part of what I wanted to say is the original request that goes back, I believe, a few years ago, where the zoning was changed from industrial office or whatever it was at the time to residential, was essentially saying that it was more important at the time to allow additional residential to occur over keeping our business parks intact and using them as a way for us to generate future revenue and future income. The Taxpayers Association, though I wasn't president at the time, I believe we would not have supported additional residential over keeping our business parks intact. But we've already done it. It's over with, and it's not part of this action today. So in that regard, I feel comfortable that the action that your board will take is consistent and should follow a good practice as the auditor has identified. Thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you for your comments.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, at this point, I will close the public hearing, and I ask the clerk, have any written protests been received on this item?
No, they have not.
Okay, excellent. Do you have any additional comments?
Well, I'd
Prior to the
like
board asking questions?
to take back what I said about the board clerk and the election. No, I'm not sure we've given her the ballots. I believe they're in my office, so I'd ask that this item be trailed to say 2 o'clock.
Okay.
And because she doesn't do well when she doesn't have ballots. One of her weaknesses, she can't count ballots that have not been turned over to her. So
I'd say the weakness lies is where the ballots are.
yes, I would. It's another, as I've said many times, I lead the organization in errors and omissions.
So with that, we will trail this item to 2 p.m. County Council. Given that this is a prescribed process, is there any additional items we need to do in order to do that?
No, Madam Chair, that would be appropriate to ensure that we can process the ballots that my understanding have been submitted at least electronically. And so it's just to ensure that we have the originals for review, and then you can move forward with the process to adopt the resolutions and ordinances as specified.
All right.
Madam Chair, Mr. Williams asked the question, and since the Auditor Control is here, I think it would be good if he's able to respond to that.
Let's do that.
I was searching for ballots, so I didn't hear everything Mr. Williams said.
Although he was asking about the discrepancy between other heritage agreements and fees and this one, but
The
that
annual
is
payment rates, right?
that is not this item before us, but I don't know if you have any additional comments.
My
on that.
recollection is there is not a revenue neutrality. I forget what the language is for heritage.
His statement
the
was
original heritage.
The new amounts to be paid are $313 on an
Yes.
annual basis, and currently the existing heritage homeowners are paying between $1,575 and $2,500. So why the disparity was this question? We don't necessarily need an answer here, but you need to respond to him.
There's two community facilities districts for Carson Creek Heritage Village 11. One of them is for bonds, debt service, and those to pay for infrastructure and facilities for developing Carson Creek Village Heritage 11. Carson Creek Heritage Village 11. So there's two CFDs. One, there'll be a debt service amount, which will be large, a couple $1,000s.
Okay.
And then there'll be additionally, on top of that, it will be the two special taxes to keep the county neutral revenue wise and to help pay for ambulance services.
That's helpful. So at
Yep.
this point, it's not apples to apples.
Right.
Okay, excellent.
That's-
Thank you so
that's
much.
what I got
for
of
that.
it as well.
Appreciate that. So we will have the rest of this discussion at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. All right. So with that, let's not quite move it. That's not quite 11. Good time to take a 5-minute break until 11 o'clock. Good idea. And then we'll come back. Sounds good. So stay tuned. All right, the board is back for our 11 a.m. time allocation, which is another hearing. So Kim, can you please open this item?
Of course. Item 52 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Commercial Cannabis Division, and the Treasurer Tax Collector recommending the board, one, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance to consider amendments to the commercial cannabis tax rate structure. Two, find the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And three, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to July 16th, 2024 for final passage, second reading. Supervisor Thomas, could you please open the hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing and welcome our Treasurer Tax Collector and our county staff. So lead us through this. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris Berry from the Planning and Building Department, also Air Mount from Planning Services, and of course, Karen Coleman back there. I'll be real brief here. You'll recall that in October, your board approved a resolution of intent on a number of amendments to the commercial cannabis ordinances. The tax amendments portion of the ROI was separated from the other items you considered a few months ago because it's not subject to the same statutory review process, AKA the Planning Commission. So this did not go to the Planning Commission. It doesn't have to, it's a tax matter. So of course, we're recommending that you consider adoption of the ordinance, amending the taxation of commercial cannabis activity structure and rates. What that looks like is moving away from on cannabis cultivation, and I'll emphasize that. This is just cannabis cultivation. It's not for the other use types. So in cultivation, we're moving away from various square footage rates, and we want to lock in a 3% gross receipts upon adoption. A little bit cleaner, and in earlier conversations, frankly, with the industry, you'll recall this is something they were asking for as well. All of us agreed this is part of that, hate to use the term, but I'll use it, the low-hanging fruit that we had talked about earlier in this process. So the one change in our conversations with the Treasury Tax Collector was this year upon adoption, it would start at 3, and there's a small 0.5% escalator each year over the next 3 fiscal years. So it goes from 3 this year, 3.5 next year, to 4% in 2026. This, of course, gives us time to evaluate its appropriateness. We can always come back to your board if it needs to be recalibrated, but we wanted to at least have an option, have a small escalator in there over the next few years. It's well within the range set by the voters, which was up to 15%. So we're way below that threshold at this point in time. I do want to make one other clarification, a small drafting error, and I will note in attachment B and C, in section B of the ordinance, we had changed it to say remitted in accordance with section 3.20.090. It should say section 3.22.090, and I wanted to put that on the record because that reference simply relates to quarterly assessments as opposed to annual. And we wanted to make sure that was clear in the ordinance. That was our attempt. Unfortunately, there's one number off in there, so I wanted to raise that to your board that we want to make that change in the record as well. So again, as it's written right now, it says 3.20.090. We would change that to 3.22.090. And that's in section B of attachment B on the ordinance. And that's it. I'll go ahead and pause there. It's
Excellent. Seems like a very straightforward, common sense approach that, like you said, has full buy-in. I'd like to offer any additional comments to our Treasurer Tax Collector. Do you have anything else to add? All right, seeing none. Okay, thank you. Board, do you have any questions or comments at this time? Supervisor Heidel?
What is our process for verifying we're really getting 3%, 3.5%, or 4% of the gross receipts? How well can we track that? Well, with the Treasury Tax Collector, because with respect to cultivation, I can only imagine there's things that happen that never end up in gross receipts, but I don't know.
Well, we would have to audit their tax returns to see what they were claiming as their sales for. And I'm pretty sure that the state also requires these cultivators to do the same thing. So we would just be requesting the same records that they were submitting to the state.
Okay, and do you have ready access to those? Is that something?
We would have to ask. I mean, just like we do in our audits of TOT people, we would have to ask these cultivators to provide us with all of their documentation so that we could audit all of their records and determine if the amounts that they are telling us are correct.
So unlike VHRTOT, we would be able to get the real data.
I
and
believe
hopefully
so,
be
yeah.
able to Verify that we are getting the correct amount. So
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Great.
Thank you.
Let me add one additional item.
Yes.
All cannabis projects are conditioned so that we have access to the state's track and trace system. With cultivation, every single plant has a barcode.
Okay.
So if it's never happened here, but it has happened in other places where, there's plants being diverted to other areas of the country. We have access to that data to see if there's any diversion happening.
Wow.
Very good. That's precision. You have that
Yes.
kind of track
Who
and
knew plants had
traceability.
barcodes? My goodness. Fascinating.
They have DNA there.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Karen. Any other comments or questions?
No,
Great. Let's take public comment on this item. Thank you, Karen.
Now taking public comment on item number 52. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Seeing none in the boardroom, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
Very good. With that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Any final discussion?
I'll move the item as staff and the treasurer tax collector is recommended.
And that includes the change as noted by our
Yes, the
staff.
Corrections that were made, and I think Kim got those recorded. Is that correct? Very good.
All right, excellent. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. That's great to get that checked off our list.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
See, there is such a thing as low hanging. fruit.
That's right. And it probably has a barcode. That's right. Thank you all. So with that, we're done with our morning items. So I suggest we move into some of our closed sessions before lunch. Let's go ahead and do that. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 56 through 60 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Seeing no one here.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no.
Excellent. So are we to tackle the 2 performance evaluations perhaps before lunch? Okay. All right, let's do that. All right. And we will be back for our 1 p.m. open forum. Thank you, El Dorado County. right, good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back and we are now moving into the open forum portion of our meeting. So Kim, can you please open up open forum?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I have a moral and civic duty to hold your feet to the fire. After I left the podium last week, Wendy Thomas announced the county is not affiliated in any way with the Taxpayers Association. That is not true. Both the County and Taxpayers Association are required to abide by local, state, and federal laws, ordinances, regulations, and statutes. They both have retaliation, non-discrimination, ethics, and whistleblowers policies. Several members of the TPA are government officials or BOS appointees to various boards, commissions, and committees, all of whom are bound by their oaths of office. For example, Lori Parlin is a member who regularly attends TPA meetings and reports on her involvement to the BOS. The Facebook page features a photo of Lori Parlin, Todd White, and Planning Commissioner Andy Nevis, who is now the TPA secretary. The association has been operating outside of the law for years, making threats and retaliating against me for whistleblowing. Yesterday, Carol Lewis again demonstrated blatant hostility by publicly assaulting me and necessitating the manager of Denny's call Placerville Police. When I arrived to the public TPA meeting held in a public restaurant, which is attended by public officials, I found the door locked from inside and a sign posted members only. There is nothing in the bylaws about closed meetings, and contrary to popular opinion, the fact is I have been a paid member since 2008. A few minutes later, a guest arrived who had been invited by Carol to attend the meeting. However, Carol Lewis and Lee Tannenbaum firmly stood against the locked door, blocking our access into the room. State laws and fire safety codes say it is unlawful to lock doors or obstruct access to any restaurant facilities. The manager then called the owner of Denny's, who instructed him to open the locked door, permitting us to enter the room. After he unlocked the door, Lee and Carol deliberately moved to block the entrance again, fraudulently proclaiming that I wasn't a member and prohibiting our entrance into the room. Carol came at me like a raging bull, pushing forcefully and causing me to stumble backwards. As she shut the door, Carol and Lee resumed their positions, obstructing our passage into the room. Multiple witnesses gave statements to the police about the unwarranted altercation. The manager also permitted the police to record the incident directly from Denny's surveillance cameras. While it is true that the BOS has no authority over individual members of the nonprofit association, you do bear a responsibility to ensure HR acts when employees or BOS agents violate their oaths and public policies. Once you have been apprised of wrongdoing but fail to take corrective action, then the county becomes complicit and liable. The solution is quite simple. Just do the right thing in the first place. Madam Clerk, you'll be receiving the email version.
Good afternoon, Supervisor-elect.
That sounds weird still.
Well, congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Supervisors. My name is Greg Ferrero. I live in El Dorado Hills, and I am the District 1 Supervisor-elect. First, I understand that you passed a resolution today to support the repeal of Prop 47, and I want to thank you for that. I think it's a great step, and that proposition has, it's ruined our state. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I have a concern, and my concern is with the amount of proposed development that's in the queue to get approved in El Dorado Hills, both District 1 and District 2. And it appears, from those of us on the outside, that is being fast-tracked to the county. And these are significant projects. And I really do not think that the citizens of El Dorado Hills, the majority, over 90%, probably have no idea what could possibly be approved in the next 6 months that will affect our community and the county. And so by all means, I don't want to appear that I'm opposed to these or any of them because I'm not. I'm not opposed. Some of my favor more than others, but I'm not coming up here saying I'm opposed to all these proposals. But public involvement and public opinion is so important. And I think we need the county, trying to think when I get in your seat, how can we do that better to inform the county what's coming down the chute? Second thing is traffic. From the proposals that I've heard, there's no concrete plans and no concrete funding mechanisms to improve our roads. And we cannot keep moving forward and building without having the infrastructure in place before we start building. Traffic's getting too bad. And as cost increase over the years, we're playing catch up and trying to improve our roads after the fact. So I would request that you as supervisors and leaders of the county, please maybe take a proactive role and slow roll this process. Try not to fast track it. Let these projects take the normal progression for approval. Because it seems like the county is trying to fast track it, and I don't know why. I have suspicions, but I don't know why. So anyways, I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time. Have a great day, and have a safe Independence Day weekend.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak for open forum? Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, board members. My name is Mark Pappas. I'm District 3, Oak Hill area, and I'm calling to beat a dead horse, but at any rate, insurance for homeowners is horrible. We've been here 6 years from the Monterey area. We were paying $3,600 for most of that time. It was kicked off this year, and now we have the fair plan. Yeah. With $10,000 deductible, our premium is $30,000.
Oh.
So I bought a fire truck. I'm self-insured. We don't have a mortgage. We're fortunate, but I'm concerned that people like my neighbor who is in his 80s and he has a reverse mortgage. If his insurance does what ours has done, he won't be there. In fact, he's joked to me that he's kept his motorhome because that's where he may have to move to. So I just want to emphasize, I know you're all very well aware, but it's just, there are those of us out here that are really questioning. And it's obviously also hurting your property values and or ability to get rid of properties. So anyway, so just one little quick aside too. On Saturday, I was down with my brother-in-law at Folsom Costco, and we got surrounded by about 10 kids. They were high school students from Los Altos there for a basketball tournament, and it turned into a very refreshing conversation of an hour and a half. And it was interesting to hear their comments and their interest in government these days, because it's a totally different generation, 2 generations from me. But their one comment was, people are so mean. So I just want to read, that's just a story to say. And the funny part about that was there was a woman sitting adjacent to us in her 40s, and she echoed it, same thing. So we really have some problems. I'm part of the Taxpayers Association. I've been made part of that mess that's going on right now. Lots of lies out there, and I've kind of given up. But just want to remember, we need to be a little more kind and get some insurance for us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for the reminder. We share your concern. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood live from the Triple Junction. Made it through my 69th birthday yesterday. Thank you. But I'm starting to feel it, but that's another story. Anyway, you know why I'm calling, right? That would be WTF, because I just think that every time I look this stuff over. I'm looking at the Thursday Planning Commission hearing agenda, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 5-year reviews for the wireless. Interestingly enough, it doesn't say whether it's Verizon or this or that or the other thing. It just talks about Epic Wireless. Traditionally, they represented, well, they represent anybody, but generally AT&T. And there was a whole spate of these approved back in 2018 and 19, so 5 years is right about up. What a mess. Come on. These probably shouldn't have been approved. They probably don't meet fallover setbacks. They're undoubtedly, in somebody's view, giving them that life sentence that we call a discretionary project on the property next door. And it is a taking because these people got nothing out of it. Whereas the often absentee landlord is making $3,200 a month for rent from the wireless folks. What a deal. Let's move to Idaho and keep our rents whole there and let them get irradiated. Oh, not supposed to mention that. Anyway, regardless if that's true or not, it's still a takings. And why? Because the hearing process was flawed. But who's got $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 to sue the county? Nobody. So anyway, it's going to be up to the ordinance and up to the board and up to the planning commission to do the right thing. Again, fall over ordinance, fall over setbacks, pardon me, would be a really good thing to do. The 1 mile notification, yeah, how about that? Because that's how they're selling these pieces of material. And also meaningful alternative analysis that include a knock on the door 2 or 3 times. Thank you very much and have a great day, and watch out for excess humidity today. Kind of feels like Ohio. Thanks. See you, bye.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon.
Hi, board. Good afternoon. I hope you had a nice, relaxing break. And yes, in this humidity, echoing that. Boy, it never fails that when I have what I was just going to comment on, so many people's sharing kind of alluded to some other things. Supervisor-elect Ferraro, thank you on commending the board on Prop 47. And thank you, board. It is a very frightening situation that our state is in when the people's voice and the people's vote are trying to be disengaged so blatantly. A second thing, I've always wondered this and I've never really thought about it. Again, thank you, Supervisor-elect Ferraro, is I have to kind of agree. We've got some really major things that are sitting on the pipeline, and often in Congress and our federal government, especially when we're getting so close to a turnover of board or president, whichever it would be, we kind of call it a little bit of a lame Congress. They will do that in courtesy with a Supreme Court nominee, as we saw under the transfer to President Trump, which ended up being great. So I do have to kind of worry that we may be gifting a major turnover in board, at least 2 out of the 5, and their voices, which are going to inherit quite a bit of the decisions that you make in the next few months. So I would definitely support and echo the, whether it's slowing down or taking into consideration final votes with that in mind. Lastly, the second to last speaker on the meanness. I would like to just, in a really open, sympathetic heart, say, I agree. And I'm sad and I'm devastated that other groups can't seem to facilitate each other in a professional manner. I would suggest them go back to the conversation on the library and what they're doing and apply that to themselves. I myself made a suggestion that a third-party arbitrator maybe be hired for the Taxpayer Association and allow them to mediate the situation, because it seems to be an ongoing thing that really just is redundant, and it's discouraging good people from participating. It's giving time that I agree that is not in your jurisdiction. And so with that, I'm looking to be positive, and if I've ever been mean, I'm really, really sorry.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we appreciate everyone being with us for open forum. Thank you. Before we move into item number 53, which is our first hearing, County Council, we have a slight change on our agenda today.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So item number 51 from the Auditor Controller concerning the formation of the Heritage Carson Creek CFD. So as it turns out, the ballots have not yet been submitted to the auditor's office. So the auditor is requesting that that item be continued until July 16th.
Okay, excellent. All right, continue that to July 16th. Great, thank you. So with that, let's move into item 53, Kim, please.
At some point, we have to take action on that, right? We can't just nod our head. Right?
Thank you, Supervisor
Yes.
Heidel. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to take some formal action today to continue
do it
that
now
to
or
July
2 o'clock,
16th.
whatever.
Well, let's go ahead and do that now.
Yes.
So
So I'll move continuation of
Thank
the
you for
item to
that.
July 16th.
Second. All right, thank you for that, Supervisor
that's okay,
Heidel.
that's okay.
I got too distracted by the bit. Any other discussion? Okay, and we should take public comment on this?
I believe you already took public comment on the item. And
So we don't need to take public comment on this action to continue.
that's correct. And I also want to note that the public hearing has already been closed. for the
Yes.
Yep, okay.
All right, and so
we're
we
good.
will pick up where we left off. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So thank you, Vice Chair Heidel, for keeping us on task. So now let's open up item number 53, Kim.
Item 53 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding the solid waste collection rates for Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal Company doing business as Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal. One, based on the analysis completed by Crow, find that an 11.9% increase to the existing rates be in accordance with base year rate setting process as outlined in the solid waste rate setting policies and procedures manual. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the solid waste collection rates.
Good afternoon, Mr. Warren.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the intro. Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. So the rate manual provides specific requirements for the setting of collection rates during the interim base years, which is every third year of the franchise agreement, and the interim years.
Actually, pardon me. With that, I open the public hearing. Sorry. Now, go ahead. Sorry about that.
It's okay. So in December 2023, Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal submitted a base year rate application to Environmental Management for collection services for the rate year of 2024, requesting a 15.32% rate increase for residential and commercial solid collection rates. In May 24 this year, Environmental Management requested that Crow LLP, the county's solid waste contractor consultant, perform a review of the rate request. And Eric Nyland is online right now, so I will defer to him to go over his rate analysis and come back for a final wrap up.
Thanks, Jeff. Can you all hear me okay?
We can. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you. Afternoon, board. My name is Eric Nyland. I'm a director with Crow and have been involved with the county for a number of years on solid waste rate setting. And today I'll be presenting our analysis of the Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposals base year rate application. The company submitted that application on April 15th, 2024. And they requested a rate change of 15.32%, an increase to all of the residential and commercial refuse collection rates in that service area. And in their application, they showed a shortfall of about $104,961. So that 15.32% would make up for the shortfall. So we were engaged by the county as an independent third party to review the rate application in accordance with the rate guide that's incorporated by reference into the franchise agreement with TTSD. And so we followed the procedures in that manual and provide a report to you as part of the agenda package, which is dated, our report dated May 24th, 2024. And just so we can level set on what a base year rate application is that is a review of revenues, costs, and profits of the company. It's done every 3 years. During the 2 interim years, we call them, between that base year, the rates are set by a more simplified, simple index. So again, this is performed every 3 years, this base year review. So the primary rate change drivers, what's driving this increase at this point? are a number of factors. The company is experiencing increases in labor and equipment and disposal costs. So labor wage rates are going up for drivers and mechanics, and that's primarily a function of just trying to retain employees to keep the salaries commensurate with comparable labor. Fuel increases were up 10% since the last application was submitted. The trucking and equipment costs in general have increased, primarily parts on the O&M side. So post-COVID, things like tires and updates to the vehicles, parts for the vehicles have gone up quite a bit. The Eastern Regional Landfill, they call it ERL, has tipping fees that they charge through the rates that are charged to customers. And so this is the cost of disposing of the waste at that facility. And they have gone up just based on operating cost increases. The company also has experienced a little bit of reduction in commercial revenue as customers have migrated to, I would say, reduced service levels, smaller bin sizes, etc. Finally, SB 1382, which is the organics program requirement in the state of California, has added some additional costs to all collection companies throughout the state. And then there's another need for the company to get back to the allowed profit level. So in the base year rate setting, we set a profit level of approximately 10% on allowable costs. So there's some consideration of getting them back to that whole level of profit to run the business. So if we look at the historical rate changes over the last 12 years here in this slide, the rate changes have averaged approximately 3.5% on a compound basis over this 12-year period. So we've seen recently more higher increases as a function of sort of inflationary pressures and cost pressures on the company. But if you look at it as a sort of totality since 2012, again, that's about an average of 3.5%, which is somewhat consistent with historical CPI, Consumer Price Index changes. So we'll move now to our approach. What we do when we get this application, there's some bullets on the next slide that I'll go through. We look to see the application is mathematically correct. We verify that the application is consistent with the rate manual terms and conditions. We look at financial and operational data for reasonableness and consistency. So if costs are going up, is that a function of more tonnage collected? That might be an example. So sort of look at alignment of real operational data against financial data. Look at supporting data and worksheets and documentation. So we ask the company to substantiate any of the projected changes in cost and revenue. And because this is a prospective analysis, so we set these rates for next year based upon current actual costs and some escalations factored in. So, and we do look at the time series of about 3 years of data of actual estimated year to date and then completely projected revenue and expense. Because this entity serves other jurisdictions, we look at some costs that are allocated between these multiple jurisdictions for reasonableness and support. And there's some other things in here that we do. And again, I mentioned the operating ratio is the profit method that is required here. So it's about 11%, 10% return on allowable operating expenses is what the company is allowed in this regulatory rate setting world. So when we looked at the results of the analysis and the calculation, I'll move to the next slide, please. And the next slide. So the company again had requested a rate increase of 15.32% on revenues of about $684,000. We adjusted with our analysis, we adjusted that rate increase by 3.38% downward. with a new estimate of revenue and a reduction in the revenue shortfall for some different assumptions on truck and equipment, disposal, G&A, and both residential and commercial revenue. So that's a 11.94% increase. The next slide shows the impact on residential rates for various container sizes. And so you can see that this is a rate increase of between $3.34 per customer per month for the senior rate, up to $5.41 per customer per month for the 232-gallon rate. And the more common 132-gallon rate would see a $4.10 per customer per month increase. And that would be a rate of $38.44 per customer per month. So the next slide would show the rate impact to commercial customers, and the most common in that exhibit there is the 3-yard collected once per week. And so that would be an increase of $51.44 for a rate of $482.26 per customer per month for that 3-yard bin collected one time per week. And we show some of the more common other commercial bin rates here. So for the 4-yard 1 and 2 times per week, those are pretty common service levels, and the 6-yarder once per week. Those are fairly substantial increases ranging from $64 up to $112 per month for that 4-yarder collected twice per week. So that concludes my presentation, and certainly open to answering any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Nyland. Appreciate your analysis. So at this point, does the board have any questions for staff or third-party reviewer? I'm not seeing any buttons pushed. All right. So let's go ahead and take public comment on this item then. Thank you, Jeff.
Now taking public comment on item number 53. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the room like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll be speaking on the next 3 items. It'll be generally the same. Here's my speech. Since 1958, the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County has provided a voice for El Dorado County taxpayers through advocacy, voter education, and weekly public meetings. We represent all forms of taxpayers: high income, medium, fixed income, low income. Anybody that pays taxes, we would advocate in their behalf. So therefore, my comments today. CROW is a county's independent third party to review rate increase applications. Essentially, I believe they've been under contract since probably the middle teens, 2015 or 14, somewhere in that area. And this franchisee has essentially had about a 10-year exclusive right to the different parts of this county. But in this case, we're speaking specifically of the Tahoe Basin. Tahoe Basin Supervisor Lane is part of El Dorado County and will always be part of El Dorado County. And therefore, on this item, I want to say I'm reflecting your thoughts, your comments, and your representation of your constituents in the basin, and also the unincorporated areas of Supervisor District 5. I believe that this is not appropriate this year, that our high income, median income, and fixed income, and our lower income individuals are all of a different setting or different situation in terms of their responsibility for their life in El Dorado County. There are people who can't afford this increase. It has been specifically recognized by the Taxpayers Association that we understand the calculations behind the increase. We're just saying enough is enough. We have to consider these individual classifications, and therefore, if some can't pay it, there has to be an outcome other than refusing them service. That's about it for this item. I'll be talking to you later. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for your comments, and we will apply them to the next 3 items as well. So thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction, District 5. I'm trying to look over this agenda item here on Legistar, which is one of the most user hostile programs I've ever used. And I don't see a map. It says, you know, West Shore. Okay, yeah, I know where that is. I used to drive around the lake every day emptying garbage for the Forest Service back in 1975. Great job. But yeah, I know where all these places are. I've spent countless hours, days, years, months up there. But what about the person who might live in Tahoma or Meeks Bay or somewhere out there? Anyway, I had trouble finding out exactly where this is. And on the next one, depending on the time frame here, I will may or may not speak on that one. But yeah, where's area A, B, and C? Yes, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 predecessors related files. Already I have 6 windows open for this one item here. And I can't imagine somebody trying to follow this on a phone. I'm on a PC with an 18-inch screen. What I'm getting at is this is unintelligible to the average citizen / taxpayer. Take note, Chris. I want to bring this back to your group. This is absurd. And you know, our land use issues and this and that and the other thing, they always have a site plan, usually, in the exhibits. And the best way for somebody to know where you're talking about is to have a map that shows clearly where the area being affected by this is. Otherwise, it's government gobbledygook. And really, you shouldn't be listening to this item without a clear idea as to where the heck are they talking about. Oh, yes, and then fixed income people, low income people. They're canceling service, both here on the West Slope and in the basin, and because it's gotten absurdly expensive. And it's like my neighbors, they retired folks, they generate maybe a garbage bag worth of trash each week. Thank you.
Thank you. Point well taken on the map. And we'll get some clarity. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, it's Lyle Bennett, Coach Sean. It's always kind of fun where I don't have to take my 3 minutes because the 2 prior callers certainly covered everything. I will just share that, and I don't know what your options are, but equal is not always fair. And I remember a gentleman who came from the Tahoe Basin sharing exactly what the previous caller shared, which is, you know, why do I have to pay so much for my trash disposal when I just generate such a minimal amount. And I guess every year he withholds, and every year he has to jump some hoops so that he doesn't get a lien against his property. So if you folks have options to treat people in a fair but not equal manner based upon fixed income, etc., I encourage you to explore those. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments.
There is no additional public comment.
So with that, I will close the public comment and bring it back with a couple of questions. Mr. Warren, so can you clarify what area this applies to in the Tahoe Basin?
Yes, I can. It is the western slope or western side of the lake area. So it is Meeks Bay and
okay, so
this area.
Next time a map might be helpful, just so folks know whether it applies to them or not. So thank you for that. There was a question, is there a hardship clause? I know there's senior rates, but is there any kind of other provisions for folks that are struggling?
To my knowledge, no, just they have a senior rate. I do have TTSD representatives on the Zoom participant link, so if any specific questions that they can answer, they'd be available to help answer those too.
Okay. And I don't know if this is a question for you or for county council, but I think we all agree that this is a significant increase. I think I was, whenever you see a 15, a double digit increase, you have pause, and it is high. We also recognize that there's a lot of factors out there. So my question is, if a proposed rate increase is aligned with the solid waste rate setting policy and procedures manual, and if a third-party reviewer brings forward a recommendation based on identified factors in that manual, does the board have any discretion in either changing the rate that is recommended by the third-party reviewer or denying the increase altogether?
I have a sense you know the answer to the question, but I will answer it.
I think it's a really important question because people say
Right.
just deny it.
Right. The answer is no. In that scenario you just described, you really don't have discretion. I believe in this item that Mr. Warren has identified perhaps the only alternative as being to seek an amendment to the franchise agreement to renegotiate the terms by which these rates are set. But at the time, as it stands right now, in that scenario you described where it conforms with the rate setting manual and has been verified by the county's third-party consultant, there really isn't any discretion.
And how often do we review that franchise agreement? Is it every 3 years, is it? Or no, this rate increases every 3 years?
The current agreement expires in September 28th of 2025.
Okay, right, so at this point, this is what we're bound to.
That is correct.
I think that's really important for folks to recognize. And having a third-party reviewer is a check and balance between the public and the franchise agreement, franchise operator. So that is the check and balance on the rates.
That's correct, yes. And then the rate setting manual is something that was designed separate from a franchise agreement. So it has specific guidelines for each interim year and base year increases. And it becomes a cyclical thing as if the board were to deny it, we have to find a deficiency in the report.
Okay.
And if we identify we do not have any deficiencies found, so therefore, if you were to deny it, we would go back and work with the franchisee and go back and do this all again and review it
On
and
that
come back.
deficiency.
But we would have to find some deficiencies. And this is what that third party auditor does, is it looks for deficiencies, which were found. There were some discrepancies in the application rate, which then instead of coming to your board for a 15% increase, those deficiencies were called out, therefore adjusting it to a lower rate.
So that did adjust it. All right. I think it's just really important to have clarity.
Supervisor Thomas?
Yes.
We have Ray from TTSD online with his hand raised.
Absolutely. We'd love to hear from them. Good afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, board. I raised my hand just to answer a couple of questions that have come up, either by yourselves or maybe respond to some of the questions or comments from some of the public comment. To answer one question, we do have a senior rate in the area. There is not a hardship rate for customers in the area. Overall, I think one of the public commenters said that there's different levels of affluence or non-affluence in the area. And I think that's true. However, I think a lot of it's been generated or caused by the increase in real estate in the areas. We ourselves are having difficulty getting drivers to be able to perform the work there. Right now, we do, I think, 6 van pulls from Reno, the company sponsors, in order to get labor to be able to service the area because our workers can't afford to live in the area. The area itself, I think this is important to note, is its service is not mandatory. So in some ways, I don't think it's really considered a tax per se, the way it might be if it was in a mandatory collection area and residents had no choice but to subscribe to the service. So residents aren't forced to be on service, other than perhaps by ordinance, they have to remove garbage that they might generate. And they can self-haul to a facility, and the closest one would be the Eastern Regional Landfill. We as a company, we don't like 11% rate increases ourselves either. At some point, it has become a little bit regressive in that the participation in the service has flattened out and maybe even decreased while the activity in the area has actually increased, because the rate has gotten to that point. And really, what would be able to bring the rates down and more affordable to everybody would be to make the area mandatory and have some of the fixed costs absorbed. We would be very much in favor of that. I think yourselves mentioned that the contract is up next September, and that's something that we've been wanting to raise with yourselves and with the county, is that in order to ensure that we're able to provide service in an economical manner and a continuation of service in the area, having the service be mandatory would be something that would make it more feasible than what it is right now. And I would just also mention that we service the area year round. In the summer, there's a lot of traffic. It's certainly serviceable. In the winter, we've continued with service uninterrupted through some really heavy snow years, and the costs associated with that have not been insignificant. So just leave it at that. If you have any questions for ourselves, either during this meeting or to work with staff as a follow-up afterwards, we would definitely make ourselves available for that.
Your comments were very, very helpful. Thanks for being with us. So,
okay, thank you, board.
back to the board for.
I do have a question of Jeff. If people decide not to use the service and they don't properly dispose of waste, we have a health and safety code in the state of California, which, as I understand it, the county is responsible for enforcing. And if we know that waste is being stored inappropriately and it's creating vermin problems and everything else, the county has the right to come in and take action, including fines. So it's not a free-for-all. People have to be responsible for the waste they generate. If you choose not to have it hauled, you have to self-haul it. You can't just leave it piled up. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, we have a solid waste ordinance that doesn't have enforcement procedures into it. And it's something that's common up there where it becomes, people store their items and it becomes an eyesore for the neighbors. And as far as our action goes, is that we're not allowed, my staff are not allowed to go onto a property to do any type of abatement. We issue notices to correct. And it's a longer process, becomes more of the legal process of going through of a notice of violation, and then code enforcement can get involved as well, which we've had several blended cases over the past few years. But it does get addressed. So you cannot just hoard your trash, it becomes an issue. So if we do get complaints on trash and garbage with vermin issues, we do take action on it.
Code enforcement has the right to fine under certain circumstances for this. Is that correct?
Yes, and we're also looking to redo our solid waste ordinance to actually add some more proactive measures in there, but also give it a little bit more of a enforcement-minded action base.
Okay, because groundwater contamination, there's any number of things that can happen when waste is not properly disposed of. So thank you.
That'll Supervisor Lane.
I'm just following up on the code enforcement part. So code enforcement really doesn't go out and deal with any of this, right? I mean, how is it actually, if I called you and I was in Tahoma and there was a garbage problem, what happens?
My staff would take it as a complaint, go up, investigate.
Your
take-
staff would
yes.
go up and investigate?
Yeah, my solid waste staff, yes.
So how many days does that take?
The staff are located down here, so it's scheduling to get the complaint in and to make sure they've got time to go up there and address it. We do have other staff that are not solid waste that could go take a look at it to see and verify. Code enforcement does have an office up there, but it does not automatically go to them. But we work collaboratively with.
Code enforcement has an office in Tahoma?
No, in Lake Tahoe.
Okay, I'm talking about
Yes.
this particular area, which
Yes.
is Tahoma.
Yes, and I'm saying
That's
I
big.
have staff that are located here on the West Slope. And so for them to travel up there,
Right.
but since we work collaboratively with
Right.
code enforcement on many issues, we can talk to them and say, could someone go out there and see, is this an issue that needs to be addressed? And we can work that way versus having staff drive all the way up there for a frivolous complaint that might be someone making it against a neighbor that they just don't like because of some other reasons. But to give some validity to the complaint to see, is this what we're going to be pursuing? We can have someone that's local in the area go check, even from environmental health side that does our other inspections. They can go by, take pictures, send them down to my solid waste staff. And with there, we can go figure out what our action is. But that would usually generate, if it's validated, we would send a letter to the owner of the property and let him know the sections of the ordinance that they're in violation of and give them a time frame to do the cleanup before we take our next steps.
So only, I'm not talking about the southern part of the basin, but only with regards to the area that's under the jurisdiction of the Tahoe Truckee Sierra disposal. Is there really a garbage problem up there? Do you ever get really complaints up there?
To my knowledge, we don't get that very many.
No, I don't really think it's an issue.
Oh, thank you.
I got
Supervisor Parlin is
Go
next,
for
and
that.
then Supervisor
Okay.
Sherwood.
Sure, yeah. I struggle with this every gosh darn year because rates are going up and our residents are struggling with just cost of life, period, in a story. And then, I did hear Mr. Nyland say, I thought in his report though, that it does appear there's fewer customers, which gets back to that whole mandatory talk, which that's no fun either. We talked about it down here in West Slope, mandatory. So I don't know. I just feel like this whole trashy issue is spinning, and it's just kind of getting to this point, and we talk about it often because people are dumping, because it's too expensive. I mean, I went and did some vegetation management on my property last weekend, and it was $32 to drop off some green waste, and I about had a coronary and said some foul words. So at what point, and then we're being told literally we have no discretion on this item, so how do life is getting too expensive and I don't know what to do about it. I think we're all struggle with this every year. And I get it, the companies, they need to take care of their employees. Gas is going up, and then this is just another thing. And I don't have answers. I don't like it. I want to vote no. But at the bottom line, if we don't approve this, then what happens? Then we're violating our contract. So I'm so stuck on this. You know this every year, Jeff. I struggle with this.
We all do, yeah.
So I would like it reflected in the record somewhere, because I don't think that statement's in here anywhere, that the board has no discretion on this item because the rate increases that are proposed meet the requirements of the solid waste. I think that needs to be in here because it makes us look like we support it. And quite honestly, we don't, I think, generally speaking, but we have no choices. And I feel bad. I'm not trying to make our partner companies, look bad either, but life is spiraling out of control on costs. And I just don't know how we're going to address it.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I got a concern too. And Lori brought a good point up. A lot of the things I worry about, especially in our national forest, because there's been a lot of dumping in our national forest, because it costs too much money to take it to a facility, or it cost them a lot of money to be able to, you know, haul it themselves to a facility that's a long ways away. So they take it and dump it. So actually it's creating a burden, especially in our national forest, and it's, and the beauty of our national forest. You know, I was on the solid waste plan, and we put a plan together in 2012. Have we met our diversion yet? Our 75% diversion rate yet? Can you give me an answer on that? Because we were supposed to meet that within 5 years. And I believe it has not happened. So where are we at with that?
With the diversion rate, when I've asked my staff that question, they said they cannot get a true answer on the formula from Cal Recycle. And it's becoming not just a diversion rate number, but it's more of what's your recovery rate. And so we struggle with trying to calculate that number as well of what the state is asking for.
Yeah, but we have this plan. We spent almost anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000 on the solid waste plan and the guidelines that are in this plan. And we were supposed to meet our diversion rate, and we were required by the state of California to do it. And it seems like to me, we're not there yet. And that's, what are we, 12 years later?
With all due respect, that's
Yeah.
not the item before
Yeah,
us.
I know,
So I
but
think
this
it's,
continues with all three
yeah,
of them.
but it's not the item before us. So I think.
Yeah,
that
so
we're
I just
not
got a
going to
problem with
answer
that. That's all.
Okay.
And just to, if I may, Ed
Sure.
SWAC is aware of that, and it's on the agenda that they continue to work on that.
All right, thank you. So what is the will of the board on this item? Oh,
Ray also, Ray from TTSD has his hand up again. I'm
all
not
right,
sure if he
well,
has-
yeah, one more bite at the apple, Ray.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just to answer the question, there is some dumping that occurs in the area. And unfortunately it is on, nice federal land areas, the beauty of the area. It does happen, and it also happens whereby there's some dumping that occurs, on some of the businesses on their dumpsters on the way in and out of the area. And that's the kind of thing where we found that in areas where the service is mandatory, that occurs much less often. And all of the neighboring areas that we service are mandatory. Placer County Area 3, the town of Truckee, Nevada, unincorporated Eastern Nevada County, they're all mandatory. And it helps to stop some of that dumping. And it also brings the rates a little bit lower. The other thing I was going to mention, it wasn't clear to me, the people that were raising the issue before for this particular area, I'm not sure if they were aware of where the area is or if they live inside the area itself. In terms of a protest, I will say that somebody asked about, you know, have there been complaints or whatnot? We're a good hauler. We try to do the best that we can by customers, and we pick up the garbage year round. And I don't think we've had, under this new contract that's been in place, well, I shouldn't say new. It's been in place for, I think it was 7, and we're now 3 years, so towards the end of it. But since this particular contract has been in place, we have a customer complaint log and tracking. And I think we've maybe over that period of time have received 1 or 2 customer complaints in the area, just for your reference.
Well, thank you for those insights and congratulations on that track record.
Okay.
That's impressive.
Good.
Thanks.
All right, I'll bring this back to, what is the board's desire on this item?
I'll move to approve it as long as we get that statement in the record, why we're voting for this, because I mean, I think it needs to be in there to be fair, why we're approving this. Can we do that, Kim?
So would you be satisfied if the record reflect that the board requested that the record to reflect that the board does not have discretion on this proposed rate increase as is set in accordance with the base year setting process?
I think that covers it. County Council, is that acceptable? And it'll be on the other item too, that's just like this, I think.
I will- Great, perfect. Seconded by Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let's move on to item number 54, please. Let's do this again.
Do it again.
Did I need to sit down again or just?
Just stay there.
Yeah, stay there, yeah.
Item number 54 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding material recovery facility and solid waste collection rates for Waste Connections of California Incorporated, doing business as El Dorado Disposal. One, find that a 5.56% interim rate increase for the material recovery facility rate schedule and a 7.5% base year rate increase for solid waste collection rates, both residential and commercial, to be in accordance with the rate setting process as outlined in the solid waste rate setting policies and procedures manual. Two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the material recovery rates. And three, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the residential and commercial solid waste collection rates.
With that, I open the public hearing. Welcome back.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, board members. Much like the previous item, we have two different components of this rate increase. We have a base year rate increase for the collection services for areas A, B, and C, which is everything on the west slope below Lake Tahoe, and also for the materials recovery facility gate rates. And that is an interim year rate increase. So in November of 23, El Dorado Disposal submitted their base year rate increase application to environmental management and requested a 7.9% rate increase. For the commercial rate areas, residential and commercial rates and franchise areas A, B, and C. In April of this year, they revised the application to include a complete financial statement for 2023, and that resulted in an increased request to 8.21%. In February this year, the interim year rate application was submitted based on consumer price index, and that rate increase request was at 6% for the MRF gate rates. Again, we use our independent contractor that we've had, Crow, and in May, we asked them to do an analysis on both of these rate increases. And before I turn it over to him, as well to address the other issues that we've reviewed the rate application and the analysis with Eric Nyland with Crow, we haven't found any deficiencies. Therefore, we feel it's consistent with the rate setting manual to move forward with approval of the rates. And with that, I'll turn over to Eric, but the results were residential increase rate of 7.50%, and then the MRF gate rate increase was 5.56. So it did, again, the analysis proved to be lower based on the analysis, but I will let Eric take over and do a brief rundown of the analysis of this one.
Thank you, Jeff. And welcome back, Eric.
Hi, everybody. Thanks. So we'll move to the slide on background and scope. Next slide, please. And the next one. So as Jeff mentioned, the company submitted their application on April 26th. It's an updated application, and they asked for 8.21. That increase was to cover a $1.71 million net shortfall. With their application, they're required to include an audited financial statement. So in 2022, they completed an audited financial statement with a separate third-party auditor. And so that gets reconciled to the application. And so we have some comfort that the costs that are included in the application have been subject to audit. And so we were engaged as an independent third party to review the rate application, and we followed the rate setting guide that is included in the franchise agreement. It's incorporated by reference into that agreement and has been in effect since 2014. I think Jeff's described this as a 3-year cycle, and again, we're in the base year process. We enclose our written report as part of the agenda package, and that's dated May 24th, 2024. Next slide, please. So in terms of what's driving this rate increase at this point, there's a number of factors. The labor wage rates for drivers and mechanics are increasing at about 5% per year. And then the company has added a couple of new FTEs to be able to service the area better. There's been some increases in truck and equipment costs. They've upgraded their vehicles. You see there's 6 new side loaders, 3 rear loaders, and 5 roll-off trucks. All of that equipment is required to be replaced after a certain useful life. And so they've reached the useful life on those vehicles and have had to replace them at a increased cost. The building and property repair component is some asphalt fencing and air conditioning, and then a new truck parking area. There's been fuel cost increases since the last rate application, and those are around 7.75%. There's also increases in both MSW and organics, disposal processing costs, those materials are taken out to separate locations, and there's third-party charges for those, and they are escalating. And then just in terms of the CPI, for everyone's understanding, some costs are escalated based upon the garbage and trash consumer price index, and we use 85% of that CPI, and that was particularly high over the last year at about 5.56%. So, it's an inflationary time. It's a lot of factors driving this increase. Some of it's caused by Senate Bill 1383, as I mentioned, with TTSD, program requirements, increasing the organics volumes and the collection and processing costs associated with organics materials. And then finally, a need to get the company back to their allowed profit level, which is prescriptive in the rate manual at what we call a 90% operating ratio. So that's about an 11% return on allowable operating expenses. So those are the drivers for the rate change this year. Next slide. If we look historically, since 2012, rate changes have averaged approximately 3.5% per year over the 12-year period. On a compounded basis, 3.84%. And again, somewhat more larger in the last few years as a function of inflationary pressures and just cost pressures and some programmatic pressures, including the need for a $3.07 increase for organics collection on the West Slope Area A side. So that was required to get compliant with SB 1383, which is a state programmatic requirement. But nonetheless, the rate changes again have averaged about 3.5% over this 12-year period. Next slide. And so the steps that we take to review the application are shown on this slide. We look to see the application was mathematically accurate and logically consistent and comply with the rate manual guidelines. We reconciled the audit that was provided. In this case, it was Aldrich CPAs and Advisors is the third-party auditor that does that audited financial statement in 2022. And then we looked at alignment of financial and operating data for reasonableness. So where operational changes support cost increases. We looked at supporting data, worksheets, and documentation, and submitted a number of data requests to the company so that they could substantiate any of the projections that they include in the application. We looked at cost allocations, which in this case include labor hours, customer counts, and container counts. So those are the basis for allocating shared costs because the company does serve El Dorado Hills, City of Placerville, and some other jurisdictions. And then we looked at support for assumptions used in these projections, what's driving them in terms of, is it tonnage? Is it just cost escalations for things like insurance? Is it wage rates that are required to pay per contract? And then as I mentioned, the operating ratio method, is that calculated correctly? So then if we look at the results of the calculation in the next slide, again, the company had requested an 8.21% increase. And that's, again, that $1.7 million shortfall on a revenue base of $20.8 million. We reduced the revenue shortfall to $1.565 million based upon adjustments to direct labor, tipping fees, and interest calculations on those new equipment items that they purchased. And then we looked at the revenue side and made adjustments to both residential and commercial revenues. So you can see there was a slight increase in the projection for the revenue base there. The effect was to reduce the rate increase down to 7.50%. And we'll go to the next slide and show the impact of this increase on each of the area A 32-gallon residential rates. So these would increase by between $2.34 and $2.72 per customer per month for the 32-gallon service, depending upon the service area. And so the rates after that change for these 32-gallon customers would be anywhere between $33.49 and $38.93. On the commercial side, the next slide shows the impact to the area A, B, and C commercial rates. So for the more common rates, those are typically those in the first 3 columns or 2 columns of these, or rows that is. So the 1-yard bin collected once per week, the 2-yard bin collected once per week, and the 3-yard bin collected once per week. These rate changes are going to be between about $9.92 up to around $26 to $29 per customer per month. And you can see the resulting rates in the 3rd column there in the proposed column. So this is the summary of the commercial rate impacts, and those are detailed also in our report. And Jeff mentioned we also were asked to look at the WERS gate rate for tipping fee rate increases, and the company had requested an increase of 6% to the WERS gate rates. So that this would be the self-haul rates that customers pay when they cross the gate. Based upon our analysis in page 9 of the report, we show that the calculation is 5.56% based on 85% of the applicable consumer price index rather than the 6% requested by the company. And with that, I will turn it back to the board for questions.
All right, thank you very much for this presentation. All right, board members, any questions or comments? Supervisor Carlin.
Yeah, just a comment, and this is just like the other item, I think, with our concerns and everything. But I did want to mention to El Dorado disposal specifically, my office did receive a call from one of your customers who spoke so highly of your service, and they did get the postcard, and they said, please support the rate increase. So, and then of course we've got another email that said, please don't, because it's too expensive. So my point is though, that I do feel that as a company, you guys do deliver a really high level of customer service. And whenever, Shelly and my assistant calls, Monica, I thought that was you, Monica. Monica is super responsive and always, and it's often because I have, I have a lot of older customers that live on really remote areas with big driveways, and they have a hard time as they get older. So Monica's been fabulous at helping figure this out with the drivers, or Shelly will try to contact neighbors, and we do all kinds of stuff. So the level of customer service is outstanding. So I just want you guys to know that this rate hike thing isn't because we don't like their service so much. It's just life is getting expensive, and I hope you know that. And then all the 1383 stuff you guys are helping us with, oh my gosh, it's overwhelming. And I'm excited though about some potential biomass or compost projects we're working on out there, so stay tuned for that. But again, in my mind, if Kim, you could add that same language to this item when we approve it, because we really don't have a lot of alternatives in my mind. And again, we've had the conversation over the years about the mandatory, another M word that we don't like to talk about, but I don't know if that would be a palatable thing to do ever.
It's mandatory in the city of Placerville.
Yep. But doing it bigger than your little 7 square miles you talk about. Well, every once in a while you go, it's only 7 square, and I go, yeah, it is, because we got this. So
true.
I'm just saying that would be a heavy lift, but I have a feeling we're gonna have to go there someday. I just don't know when and how we'll navigate that. And who knows, maybe recycling will get back where it's supposed to be, and actually make some money, because was it SB 54 passed, and we're trying to get back to that circular economy with our recycling. Believe it or not, I really hope it happens. So stay tuned on that.
Great. Thank you for your comments, and I share your accolades that they provide excellent customer service for not only us, but certainly our residents and our constituents who use your services. Yes. Supervisor Heidel.
I want to echo the same thing. I hear any number of comments about the great service, even making a second loop when people are a little bit late, whatever, to get the trash picked up. And we really appreciate that, because there's always a day when somebody's off their schedule, and you don't have to have it sit there another week, because that can be very unpleasant, particularly with the high temperatures in the summer months. But the other aspect for clarity, I want to make sure that I'm understanding this right, is the El Dorado Hills Community Services District has a franchise agreement. And so my presumption is what the board would be considering to approve here today does not affect El Dorado Hills. That is a separate entity that will make that decision somewhere in the future. And I presume you're asking for a rate increase there as well, but I wanted to just distinguish that because it is a separate operation.
That is correct. The El Dorado Hills CSD and Cameron Park CSD have their own franchise agreements.
Both CSD,
Yes,
okay.
right. So they do. And again, going back to the organics with the curbside of $3.07, that was based on the city of Placerville's pilot program. We had adopted for the unincorporated areas of the county, but it did not get passed down to El Dorado Hills CSD or Cameron Park CSD because it's within their own franchise agreements to make those decisions. And basically, a smaller version of what we're doing here today, they do on their part.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I just want to make sure I was tracking that straight. So
Sounds good. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank, hey, Jeff, thanks for the phone call the other day. So I reached out to the Forest Service on the compost issue that we have and stuff like that. And it's very possible we could store that up there on their property, that 40 acres up there adjacent, So I think that'll work good, especially for the residents on the Grizzly Flat, especially for their gardens and their lawns and everything else. So I just want to let you know I'm working on that. So you're welcome.
All right. No more board comments. Let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 54. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the boardroom like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you, board, for the opportunity to speak on this item. I'm going to go in reverse order. I am the president of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County, and I do advocate today for better conditions in terms of this item for the taxpayers. What can the county do? One, negotiate better franchise tax board terms in the agreement that will come up. So you should be identifying by district those issues that you feel that need to be strengthened in the franchise agreement. Two, I would think you should create a fixed income support program, somewhat like all the other programs you have where you're essentially using money and transferring it to applicants or to others. In this case, it would be your fixed income people who then can maybe through social services apply for some help in terms of paying for their waste collection. Next, install field cameras at illegal dump locations. These cameras would be then part of your code enforcement, making sure that these cameras are well camouflaged. And certainly I think that would be important in then capturing who is it that's doing the illegal dumping. Because as long as you increase fees or increase your costs, then people are going to dump because that's cheaper. And then finally, implement a two-person crew to drive around in pickup trucks at least once every 2 weeks to all your locations with give them something like a broom pickup, something how they can pick up the trash at the locations. It shouldn't be the responsibilities in these residential areas, subdivisions, to do that work. Finally, I'm a senior citizen, fixed income. I have a 35-gallon mixed trash bin. I also have a 65-gallon recycle and a 65-gallon compost. I was told that I couldn't have a 35 compost, even though I don't compost that much as a senior citizen. Finally, Telus Mine Road. It continues to be a trash heap. Please go out to Telus Mine Road and pick up the car that's been there for about 6 months. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Welcome back.
Yeah, Ken Greenwood here. Good afternoon, board. Ken Greenwood here, District 5, Triple Junction. Same as before. Where's the map? How do I know where we're talking about? Thanks for the clarification on the CSDs. That helps out. But still, there's no easily accessible on Legistar, the most user-hostile program I've ever used. Well, no, state of California, they got you beat. Pardon me. Anyway, I guess you're going to make the same findings that this is unavoidable, et cetera, et cetera. Let's not look at mandatory. That probably doesn't work in the long run as far as expense to people. People can combine their trash. I know people who do this. And one person has an account and the other people dump their stuff in the bin. Wow, cooperation. Imagine that in America, here in California, in the West, if you will. So there are opportunities and alternatives. But again, I'm sure that this is kind of a done deal. Except there is no competition for this. Back to it being a franchise or a subsidy of sorts. But that's another issue for another time. But it's just more money for people who are on fixed incomes, let's face it. And everything's going up. So what do? We beat up on the poor. I guess that's just the way we do things here. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
With that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. What is the will of the board?
I'll just do it. I'll move the item with the additional language.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank
Thank
you
you.
all. Appreciate it. With that, we are on our. Who seconded it?
I did.
It was,
Supervisor
okay,
Heidel,
sorry,
yes.
That's okay.
It's getting late. Sorry about that.
Same as the one previously. So, yeah.
Sounds good. With that, we move to our final hearing of the afternoon, item number 55.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes,
I got to step out of this emergency real quick.
absolutely.
Be right back.
Item number 55 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the November 2024 election to place a ballot measure requesting voters to support a $6 per equivalent dwelling unit special tax increase to continue to provide a previously established waste management service for zone benefit C 73299. B, approve the following ballot measure language. Shall the measure to levy an annual special tax in the amount of $12 per EDU with an annual adjustment using the consumer price index for all urban consumers on each improved parcel of land within the zone of benefit commencing fiscal year 25-26 and continuing for an unlimited duration to be used for waste collection, processing, reclamation, and disposal services, and generating an annual revenue of approximately $114,000 to replace the current benefit assessment of $6 per EDU be adopted.
With that, I open the public hearing. Welcome back.
Thank you. And well stated. And
Well said.
that was a long one, so therefore I didn't have to redo that, but I will help summarize this one. So this is a different item. This is not about a rate increase hearing for you to approve a rate increase. This is for a proposal to go on the ballot election for this year. It's something that we've struggled with over the years with the zone of benefits, with what is collected for the Tahoe Clean program, which is a
Other way. Clean Tahoe.
Tahoe Clean program.
It's the Clean Tahoe program.
Okay.
If you looked them up on the Secretary of State's, it would make a difference.
You know, it is the confusing part because the program that the company we're using is Clean Tahoe. I went back that my language I had, it was the opposite, but we'll get the same.
We're talking about the same thing.
Are we
Thank
talking
you.
about the
Are we-
same thing?
I
just wanna
hope we're
make sure
talking
we know
about the
that,
same
because
thing
that's-
because the words are not mentioned in the staff report. So I'm glad that we're talking about the Clean Tahoe program.
Okay.
That wasn't clear.
Yes, this is.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
So, as Kim has eloquently stated on the item, the proposed special tax increase is a measure to increase the pre-existing benefit assessments and charges that are have been collected without change since origination in 1990 within the zone of benefit C, which is in the Tahoe Basin, which includes the city of South Lake Tahoe. So the operating cost for performing all forms of waste collection services within the CSA 10 litter abatement have greatly increased over the course of 34 years with no increases at all. Given the structure of the zone of benefit tax and given the introduction of Proposition 218, an increase to these fees has not been done. So this is a fee that cannot be passed on to the property owners. It has to go up for a Proposition 218 vote. So the resulting lack of funding for these services has placed a great strain on third-party service providers such as Clean Tahoe that perform these services, as well as the County Environmental Management Department to continue to secure services within the zone of benefit. It's ultimately up to the voters to decide to approve this increase, but without board approval to place the initiative on the ballot, we'll be asked each year to help find funding for the shortfall. Environmental Management is recommending the board approve the proposed ballot measure to increase the current EDU tax from $6 to $12 with the annual CPI adjustments. And if approved by the voters, the increase would provide approximately $57,000 of additional revenue annually, specifically dedicated to the litter abatement activities in the South Lake Tahoe Basin.
All right, that's
And if
the end of
that-
your presentation. Okay, great. Thank you very
I
much.
tried to keep it short because it is a lot of information, but again,
Perfect.
to summarize this is just the board approval to put this on the ballot for the voters to vote on with a 2/3 majority vote.
Perfect.
And if they do pass it, then each year we're trying to find this extra funding to help Clean Tahoe. This will take care of that.
Thank you. That's helpful. All right, Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that, because I'm like, what?
Right.
Yeah, I found,
This is 100% increase, you realize that?
I realize
Yeah.
that. I would be supporting upwards of 200 if we could.
Okay.
This fee for the Clean Tahoe program has been at $3 since 1990.
Wow.
Okay, I didn't realize it
So
went back that
this
long.
is way behind. And I think that the board will remember that last year we gave some small supplemental funding to
Yeah.
Clean Tahoe to kind of tide them
Right.
over.
Yes.
And so this is super important. I contacted the Clean Tahoe program yesterday. They don't know anything about this. So did you include the Clean Tahoe in what their costs are? You mentioned in the staff report that operating costs have greatly increased. But you didn't show any type of financials for these fees, how they've been used in the past and what is increasing. And do we even know if doubling the rate for Clean Tahoe is competitive, equal to what the city is providing? I mean, it
It-
just seems like you threw a number at the wall.
It was the financials that Clean Tile did provide us last year. We worked effortlessly trying to find different avenues before, in lieu of going to a vote. But we looked at all different avenues to try to increase funding either through much similar, like the MOU we have with DOT for the West Slope. But unfortunately, because it's its own benefit, we couldn't do that. Our hands were pretty much tied. So Clean Tile did reach out with what their financials were when we try to work with what we currently have. And this is where it was basically saying that if it was to be doubled, that's what would make them whole. But right now we're looking at a reduction of services with the current revenue that we're bringing in. That's what makes
Right, that's the only way they can make it work, but $6 doesn't even get you even with what the residents in the city of South Lake Tahoe pay. So it's a little bit confusing. You state here that a 2/3 supermajority voter approval in zone of benefits C 73299, which you put in parentheses, Tahoe Basin, including the city of South Lake Tahoe. But this is not including the city of South Lake Tahoe, right? They're on their own, they have their own way of assessing.
That is correct. The city of South Lake Tahoe and South Tahoe Refuse did include an increase that is a pass-through to Clean Tahoe on that. This is specific to the Zone C for unincorporated areas of the basin with improved parcels only.
Which is great, but you wrote Tahoe Basin, including the city of South Lake Tahoe, right after you wrote benefit number. So it's just, the report is confusing. It does not mention the Clean Tahoe program. The ballot measure, if it's going to be successful in Tahoe, absolutely has to mention the Clean Tahoe program. That's the golden nugget up there, and that's what we're talking about. My other concern is your department is keeping 3 of the $6 that are being assessed, correct? $3 is going to Clean Tahoe, and you keep $3 for other things.
Correct. The remaining $3 EDU collected from the unincorporated parcels is for AB 939 for waste reduction program established in 1990, which implements waste reduction and recycling programs. So that portion is
However
not-
it does, though, you keep the money and then you push it in those directions to
is
do
a
those
split, so
programs.
that $3 that is collected through that component
Right.
is not being affected by this ballot initiative. This is strictly only for the litter abatement program. So environmental management will not be increasing and not be collecting any additional fees from this increase. It's all going to litter abatement.
But it doesn't currently. Like right now, the Clean Tahoe program gets paid $3 of the $6 that's collected. The other 3 stays with your department and gets spent in accordance to the 3 or 4 programs you just laid out. So my question is, if we're going to go to 12, is the Clean Tahoe program getting 6 or is it getting 9 and you're keeping 3? What's happening within that whole fee?
Okay, so it is based on the doubling of it. So it's 6, so it would probably be you're correct in doing the math. I looked at that after the emails you had sent yesterday.
Mhm.
But it's specifically, yes, that would be, that increase is basically doubling the amount that Clean Tahoe is currently getting through the assessments, which would be doubling it to make them operating whole.
And doubling what you would normally keep.
But the way this ballot initiatives can be is written is that there's no extra money. That $3 that is in statute that's coming to environmental management is always going to be that. That's not changing. So this is funding that's going directly to that litter abatement.
I have can you use the words Clean Tahoe? Because Clean Tahoe is part of the litter abatement, right? So when you use the word litter abatement, it includes Clean Tahoe. I'm trying
Yes,
to
they're
determine
they're
what
specific
is
with
the amount
revenues to Clean
that
Tahoe.
Clean Tahoe is going to.
Right, we have a contractual agreement with Clean Tahoe, the services that provide the service. So part of the initiative of the larger Clean Tahoe is that they're the ones that we're working with to provide this service. If they were to not exist anymore, another company came in to take over that, then they would be the new contractor under this, and we'd have a separate agreement with them.
But question differently, it sounds like the additional 6% all goes to Clean Tahoe. Is that correct?
Yes, so the money is collected as it is right now. It's split. So money gets put into the account for Clean Tahoe.
Right.
They submit their invoices for services and then we process it. And the other component goes into the AB 939 Fund for Environmental Management for solid waste. So this is an initiative to increase the litter abatement component of that, which Clean Tahoe provides for the basin up there, which then will allow them to fully operate and function without any compromises.
So it's on a reimbursement basis, and any residual that's not part of the reimbursement versus what the taxpayers are paying is retained then by the county? Is that the way it
No,
works?
all that money that is collected for litter abatement does go to Clean Tahoe.
So
Okay.
is it gonna be $9?
Yeah, because
Actually,
yeah.
question, do we have to make this decision today? It sounds like there's a lot of confusion on this. Would it, I'm asking the CEO, could, and I know there's timing on ballot
Right.
initiatives. Would it perhaps be prudent to put it on our next agenda if possible and give, especially Supervisor Lane and you the ability to work out any of, these questions? And to Supervisor Lane's points, if this is going to Clean Tahoe, which that carries with it voter recognition, I would think Clean Tahoe would have to be in the ballot language or it's not going to pass.
Right.
So perhaps, give the chance the two of you to coordinate on this. So I'll look to the CAO's office.
No, I think that's a wise course of action, but I would look to staff on whether or not they can meet the timelines
Right.
because there are very prescribed
There
timelines to
are,
get something on
yes.
the ballot, and I should know. 'cause I've
Today
done
is
it
the
a
last
couple
day
times.
for it to, what the timing of going on the ballot would be today.
Okay, so we
Just
do
to
need to
have
make a
the-
decision today.
Well, we don't, I just feel that this item's not clear enough. And I get where, because Supervisor Lane and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, and looking at the language, the proposed ballot language, do not see Clean Tahoe in here anywhere.
Right.
And we were expecting a Clean Tahoe ballot measure. Therefore, the fact that we were been waiting for one and we couldn't recognize it in this language, the voters aren't going to recognize it either. And that's our concern. And so.
And a confused mind says no on the ballot.
Right,
Yeah.
and yeah, so it needs to be super duper clear. I know ballot language has rules. We've been over this a bazillion times. And then the clarity we still don't have, I think, in the conversation is the county gets $3. If it's going to $12, there's $9 they're missing. So does that whole $9 go to the Clean Tahoe program? And I still don't think we have clarity on that. See what I mean, Jeff? You get it? It's not clear to us.
So is there any other clarification of the CAO's office or?
I'm waiting for clarification because I know that if you look at the timelines listed on the form, they're prescribed. I have worked with elections department in the past and there has been some flexibility. So I was waiting for our elections director to get back to me. So perhaps, so if the board would like some clarification, perhaps we could just trail this for a moment so that we can, because I don't want you to be forced to.
Yeah,
I think it would be helpful just to understand what our options are.
Yeah.
To get clarity.
So while we await Linda's input, and I'm hoping that she can confirm that we have a little bit more time since typically the final deadline is 88 days prior to the election, which doesn't occur until
Right.
August. But while we do wait for that, I do just want to add some input into the reference to Clean Tahoe, specifically in the measure. I think that if done so, it would have to be cautious because again, Clean Tahoe, they are our contractor. So I think that we would like the measure then to be drafted to be used for litter abatement. Perhaps there's a way to recognize that the current contractor is Clean Tahoe, But I do think we want to be careful about limiting the use of it to Clean Tahoe, because as you just noted, they are simply a contractor to the
Correct.
county.
To come
And-
go. Yeah.
Right. And while there may be some brand and name recognition associated with them, we don't want the special tax to be so confined in its ultimate use.
It might go to a
But
different
even-
contractor in the future. Right. Yeah.
But even if it said the Clean Tahoe, to provide services like the Clean Tahoe program, that would
Right.
give enough information without locking us into a specific contractor.
Currently contracted. with
But they've
Clean Tahoe.
been our contractor for the last 30 years. I don't expect that to change
Right.
quickly.
And that recognition, I think, will be critical
It'll
to the
help.
success
Yeah.
of the ballot measure, especially with, it needs a 2/3 vote.
Yeah.
So I totally understand your angst, and I support if we can work it in there. I think we need to.
Yeah.
Because the language right now, you just go, what is this?
What?
It's got EDUs and weird things that nobody cares about.
Yeah, so the other
Language
consideration
matters.
on ballot measures that require 2/3 vote is who's gonna run the campaign?
I was just going to
Yeah.
ask that.
Because
John.
the
Yeah.
county
Champion.
cannot do it,
No,
so
they
we
can't
need
do that.
champions to step up and make sure the public is well informed before the vote comes. Otherwise, the probability of getting passed is almost zero.
Especially a 2/3 majority.
If
Can-
it's the voter
Can
initiative
Clean
that,
Tahoe do
vote
it?
no.
If, can they do it? Because they're a contractor, they can run a campaign, couldn't they?
I would think, but
501c3.
but they would have to be able to properly state how the money's gonna be distributed, not to be solely used by Clean Tahoe. Should they change affiliations or something
Sure.
else, a buyout, whatever could happen, right? So
Yeah, I think the Clean Tahoe Board, they meet again July 17th, and I'm sure that they would love to take this on.
okay, good.
Well, why don't we take public comment on this and hopefully we'll get some.
I've already received
Oh, great.
confirmation both from the current registrar and the assistant registrar that we can push this to July 16th. So we get
And we'll
to
be
continue
okay.
the item to iron out some of these details, and then the board
Would you feel
make a
most
decision
comfortable with
then.
that, Supervisor Lane?
100%. I mean,
Yeah.
Clean Tahoe doesn't, no one knows what's going on. right now.
Yeah.
Give you the
No.
chance to collaborate
The
with
chance,
us. Yeah. Okay. So should we take public comment on this item or just we trail it, we continue this to the next board meeting? Because we don't even really know
I
what.
think
we're
you
doing.
opened the public hearing, right? So I think,
I did open the public hearing
Yeah, I would suggest you go ahead and take
yes.
public comment since you have opened. the
and
hearing.
then continue it. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you bearing with our conversation here. So let's,
Can I ask a question of
Yes, of
clarification?
course.
So if we do take public comment now, does that mean we're not going to take public
no,
comment?
we'll take it again because we'll
We'll
have,
take it again.
Right.
we'll have
Yep.
other considerations, it sounds
Perfect.
like.
Yeah, I wouldn't. yeah.
Do we leave the public hearing open then, or do we continue the public hearing? Is that what we do?
Good question.
Because you don't want to close it.
Yeah, I think you could go ahead and continue the public hearing.
Yeah,
And,
okay.
and if you,
Okay.
if in the motion to
Date, time
continue
specific.
specifically acknowledges that you were going to, take additional public comment at the continued public hearing, I think that would be sufficient notice to the public who may wish to attend.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Jeff. So with that, let's take public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 55. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to speak on this item? Right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board again. This is item number 55. This is the last taxpayer-related item of today in terms of your hearings. My question would be, or a statement would be, sorry, Jeff, this item is not ready for board action. Now, I wrote that before you deliberated and discussed it. Now I'll get into the details. Who benefits? Question. Citizens of South Lake Tahoe, meaning the city of South Lake Tahoe, because that's what it says when you describe it in your Legistar when it talks about zone of benefits C. I assume both of these increases on the sub items of this item, being A and B, 47 or 57,000 generated on the first part, 114,000 generated on the second part, are all for zone of benefit C. Next, what does it mean when it says that it talks about all urban consumers? Don't, Jeff used the word urban. That gets you in a lot of trouble. And I'm just giving you my heads up that urban is not a word that we use here in El Dorado County. Next, I believe in the ballot measures, 1, there should be clear ballot language. 2, the county is not involved. Thanks you, Supervisor Heidel, for mentioning that. I appreciate it. And the last part is citizens must be involved. There must be an element of citizens making decisions. Supervisor Lane, that worked on the snow removal money, and this would work here, I believe. And maybe there already is, but nobody has said so. The other part of it is when it says services, and it lists the different services, waste collection, processing, reclamation, disposal services, and generating an annual revenue stream or income. That's the part where I said earlier, who benefits from it? And in both of these, like I said, I'm speculating, but I believe it's zone of benefit C. That's it for me, and thank you for this information and deliberating.
Thanks.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
It's Ken Greenwood here, District 5. Also, of course, Triple Junction. So I feel all your pain. Anyway, Supervisor Hideout mentioned that this doesn't stand a chance if you don't do something. No, it doesn't stand a chance, period. But that's another story. It's funny because people in Tahoe have always suggested a user tax or a toll gate at Echo Summit and elsewhere so that those who come in and use those outsiders, if you will, come out and enjoy Lake Tahoe, that they should pay for all of this. I almost agree that this is time for something like that, because putting it on the existing residents, just ask them, they don't litter. But why, if this is a litter abatement situation, why are we charging the people who live there? It just doesn't seem to me to match up, and they're going to tell you they're going to ask with WTF, if you will, and you know, again, this doesn't pass. This won't pass as written, as proposed, and it's just kind of approaching it from the wrong way. Perhaps the whatever it's called, the VCR, well, not VCR, whatever, vacation homes ordinance should be perhaps the mechanism for this, because those people are clearly from out of town and are therefore, depending who you talk to, the source of the problem. The nexus between the people who live there and paid taxes already versus the outsiders is pretty clear on the VHR. So maybe that's the better mechanism to do it, even though those funds are already completely spoken for. Oh, darn, government's tough, huh? So anyway, good luck on this one, no matter how you word it. And again, you know, I mean, we got 4th of July coming up. You just wait and see the tons of garbage that's going to be left behind at all places. There's nothing new. When I worked the beaches back in the 70s, we spent July 5th cleaning up all day long. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. As a student of good government, I find this fascinating, and it'll be interesting to see what the outcome is. My maternal lineage is German, so the saying about, it's about making a sausage, but you don't want to observe the process always kind of spoke to me. It's very gratifying to see Supervisor Lane and Supervisor Parlin working together with the rest of the board to think about Tahoe as a part of the entire El Dorado area. And I think you're addressing a substantive issue in terms of the beauty of the entire El Dorado County, but it can be loved too much. I grew up in San Diego County, and we had similar concerns. So echoing the previous caller, good luck in figuring all of this out. And I do certainly think coming up with a good presentation is going to be critical to get voter support, and hopefully you will achieve that. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so at this point, I will bring it back to the board. What is the will of the board on this item?
Would you be ready for a motion?
Sure.
Yeah, I would move that we continue this public hearing to July 16th, and that we direct staff to work with myself and Clean Tahoe to determine appropriate financial levels.
Excellent. Does that meet the county requirements for continuing this hearing?
Yes, I think that would be fine.
I'll second.
Excellent. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So excellent. So I'll give everyone time just to get this nailed down, and then we'll
Give it the
revisit
best
this in
shot.
July.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jeff. Appreciate it. All right. So that is the end of our action items this afternoon. Are we expecting any report out from closed session?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do expect a few reports.
All right. So is the will of the board to go into closed session and then come back out for a report out and then to and from, sorry,
Yep.
board member updates? All right.
Oh, okay.
So with that, we will finish our closed session items. Thank you all. Colorado County, we are back from closed session. And with that, County Council, do we have any reportable action?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. So the board on item number 57, which is the performance evaluation for the Chief Administrative Officer. On a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors approved a step increase from step 4 to step 5 of the salary schedule, effective the first full pay period following today's date. Also on items 59 and 60, both of which concern the national opioid litigation, formerly known as County of El Dorado versus AmerisourceBergen Drug Corporation et al. On a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors authorized amending the current complaint or initiating separate litigation to include certain pharmacy benefit managers as defendants. Additional details concerning this matter can be made available following amendment of the complaint or commencement of separate litigation. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to our CAO. Excellent. All right, with that, we are at board member updates. Who would like to start?
I have nothing.
Well,
I was on vacation
excellent.
most of the week.
You were on
so-
Congratulations.
Right, right.
Wonderful. I
So,
filled
so
in
Lori
for you.
filled in at Pioneer, so she can report on Pioneer.
welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just had a couple of things,
Please go ahead.
honestly. A bunch of regular board meetings, but the only thing that, let's see, at the Pioneer meeting, there wasn't anything substantial that we did, because there was several jurisdictions didn't show up. So they
Right.
did not approve
The strategic plan.
plan. They were waiting for everybody else to show up. So, but it was still an informative meeting. The one thing I think that I thought you guys might be interested in was at the SOFAR Collaborative Steering Committee meeting yesterday morning. The Forest Service is looking at kind of, for lack of a better word, restructuring the collaborative. And Mark Egbert was on our Zoom and said that he just recently received a grant from Sierra Nevada Conservancy to take a look at all of the collaboratives in our region and see what they're working on, how they're working, and see if we can kind of bring them all together better in that unified effort, that we're always talking about, our forest management and that kind of stuff. So, so again, Mark Egbert, taking the lead on something that's really, it's going to be neat to see what he comes up with. And then the restructuring of SOFAR itself. I think the Forest Service has new staff. They're a little more engaged, and I'm looking forward to some of the changes they were proposing. So
Excellent.
I'll keep you posted.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Excellent. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to say I was meeting with the sheriff to discuss future ideas, especially when it comes to public safety, some of the ideas that we're kind of working on. Anyway, and then also attended many ribbon cuttings with the Shingle Springs Cameron Park Safety. And then yesterday, I was there at the new Cal Fire facility. It was a ribbon cutting there for the new fire center. And that was a great event. I really enjoyed it and talking to everybody and everything and all the, it's just amazing. It really is, that facility and how they turned that whole facility around. It is absolutely beautiful. And I encourage the rest of the board members to take that tour. Okay. And then also, we had that, the El Dorado Transit Special Meeting. So we had two. It was, anyway. So anyway, just time flies, you know that. So that's what I have to report out right now.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane?
Just a couple things. Number one, I would like the board to know that the California Tahoe Conservancy purchased a large motel in Tahoe, Motel 6.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Which is right across the street from a meadow. We unfortunately built a lot of infrastructure in our meadows, and our meadows are like our liver, pretty much to the lake. It's how we filter out sediment and all kinds of things. So when you fill those meadows in and you build on them, we ended up with a lot of self-induced destruction of the lake. And so we're healing some of that now. It's a little bit controversial because it's a motel. Some people thought it should be converted to housing, which is of a great need right now. But that motel was old. It's in a meadow. It really needs to be restored back to its original function. So the Conservancy is super excited about that. And the League to Save Lake Tahoe, the Tahoe Fund, and TRPA all helped in the purchase of that motel. So that was really cool. So I wanted to share that with you. Thursday, we're doing an all hands on deck meeting with regards to the Emerald Bay Transit proposal. So there'll be every agency involved up there will be at this meeting, and we're just going to kind of put it out there and say, what do we want to do? What's possible? Who's going to do what? And how do we kind of move forward? So that'll happen on Thursday, and Allison from the CAO's office will be representing the county at that meeting. So that'll be very cool. And of course, following that will be our July 4th parade in Tahoe, where we highlight the veterans. And we really try to remind the 100,000 people plus that come to visit us for that holiday that it's more than just a drunk festival down on the lake, but that it's, you know, to remember our birthday and that how hard we had to fight for that, and so to honor our veterans. So love it.
By any chance, were you able to get Caltrans to do the signage on the highway going up, like take your litter home or anything to help with that effort? I know that's been done in the past. I know the litter right now is a huge problem, so I'm just
the litter is a huge problem, and some comments were made about that earlier with regards to some of the environmental management ideas that were brought to us today. You know, litter is, our tourists contribute to that for sure, but so do our locals, so do our residents. And so the Tahoe Fund is the one who's renting some billboards to try to message that, you know, pack out what you pack in, those kind of things. So yeah, to that point, we'll have some things going. But the other thing is just capacity. You know, what a lot of the agencies are talking about up there is having more receptacles, because a lot of times they get filled up and people leave them at the base of the receptacle, which is what the wildlife gets into. They wanted to throw it away. They were trying to throw it away. So we need to do a better part also in making more accessibility for that. They have really cute receptacles up in Tahoe that say, hide your trash here.
Oh,
yeah, very good.
You mentioned 4th of July, and in the past, there were pilot projects to try to look at directing traffic around and avoiding the ways thing. There's nothing going on this year, right? It's just a free-for-all?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we wish you a happy and healthy celebration.
Yeah.
There's nothing like 4th of July in the
Right.
Tahoe
Oh,
Basin.
yeah,
It's
it is.
spectacular.
Except when you try to leave.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Especially coming back in about too.
Yeah.
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 3
It's
a.m.,
scary,
4 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Just a couple of things. Last Thursday, we had a SACOG board meeting, and we are doing remote board meetings 3 times a year throughout the SACOG region. And so this last week we were at Yuba City and Sutter County, and had a great reception there. Very effective board meeting as we are continuing to narrow down the blueprint. That process is going well. It was particularly interesting though, because we were studying what they did, because the next remote board meeting will be here in El Dorado County in September. So working with Woody and a group of and the mayor of not the previous mayor of Placerville, Michael Saragosa, who's also the SACOG board, and we're refining our process and going to show them a really good time and highlighting El Dorado County. So I mean, we'll be excited to welcome them here. Generally, there's like 50 people that attend these meetings, in addition to like a 30-person SACOG board. So there's a lot of people that we welcome. So look forward to highlighting El Dorado County. I had the privilege of attending the Torch Run on Friday and representing the Board of Supervisors of the Torch Run in Placerville. And that was all of our law enforcement partners. Probation led this, along with our sheriff's office and the Placerville Police Department and the Highway Patrol and all of our law enforcement partners, along with Special Olympics. And they started in South Lake Tahoe, in the basin, and did a run there.
I was there.
And thank you so much for supporting us up there in the Tahoe Basin. And they drove down, they didn't run down to Placerville.
And they were dreading it too, because it was so hot down here.
It was hot down here.
Yes.
But they started at the Mosquito Park and Ride and ran to the bell tower in record time, I might add. And then we had a little celebration at the bell tower. It was a wonderful, wonderful celebration. Passed the torch to the CHP, who was then taking the Sacramento leg down. And so it was a really, Special Olympics is near and dear to my heart. My sister is a Special Olympian, so is my sister-in-law. And it was just really lovely to see our law enforcement support of that that really special event. So that was wonderful. And then I'd like to thank Supervisor Parlin, as well as Kim, our fabulous Ag Commissioner, Leanne Mila,
Yeah.
as well as Rob Peters, and then Danny from County Counsel's office for joining Lori and I as the ad hoc committee for a town hall meeting last night on the ranch marketing and winery ordinance. And once again, it will be coming before the Ag Commission, the Planning Commission, and the board in the next couple of months. It won't be a red line version. We're not at that point, but it's our annual review of how has the ranch marketing and winery ordinance been working, as well as what potential changes we'd like to see that the board will then initiate. So it turns out a really important community discussion. We had roughly 100 people in here and online. I know Supervisor Parlin and I both said there were new issues that surfaced and new ideas that surfaced that we hadn't anticipated before, that realized this is even more complex than we thought.
Yeah.
But some really important things surfaced that I think will allow us to make a better
Thank
decision.
you for chairing that so well.
Oh, thank you.
It was quite passionate, from every angle of that issue. And I think some really good things came out of it. And you and Leanne was a rock star.
She
my
was.
gosh.
She did a
was
one,
just
as always.
amazing. So yeah, thank you for that.
Absolutely. So that was great. So that's all I have. Our CAO's office.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of updates. One, the board did receive an email, but I think it's worthy of saying this out loud and want the public to know as well, that last Wednesday, the Board of Forestry approved El Dorado County's placement on the fire risk reduction community
that's
list.
wonderful.
So, it was a monumental effort behind the scenes. The two main benefits in achieving placement on that list are it provides an opportunity, not a guarantee, but an opportunity to receive discounts on their homeowners insurance. And that it also provides for prioritization of local assistant grant applications for wildfire prevention grants. Yeah, and so if you would like more information, Tom Meyer can give you more information there, but excited about that. The other, and this surprise, the CPUC, right? You may have all heard, rejected AT&T's request to withdraw as the carrier of last resort. So that's really significant for especially our rural areas who are reliant on those landlines for communication. So that was,
And I got a call
good
from
news.
them,
Great thing.
appreciating my letter that I sent to them. So
Awesome. Yeah.
Well, and so there's legislation to try to bypass.
Right, it's
that,
coming
right?
back.
Yeah.
It'll keep
Yeah,
coming back.
I mean, we
so.
appreciate the CPUC,
Right.
however, AT&T's persistent and they're going the legislation route. And I really dislike the fact that they're using like that an amend initiative, it's like that get an amend thing is so dishonest. And the fact that AT&T's going that route, I don't know, I don't have good words right now, but yeah, it was encouraging to see the CPUC though. I agree. Yeah.
And then lastly, we're dark for a couple of weeks. That's right.
Yay.
July
16th.
16th.
Yes. Well, wish everyone a happy and healthy Independence Day and a chance to renew our celebration of our country and our family and friends, and hope you all get good rest. So thank you all for being with us today. And with that, we say good night.
And if you